on your cameras for a second so that we know who all we're talking to, and then we can start the workshop. If you could just switch on your cameras for a second.
Camera on kar lo, camera.
Yeah. Now, share my PPT. Is it visible? Is it visible to you?
Not yet, ma'am.
Not yet. I have already shared the screen. I don't know why is it not visible. I'll share again. I can't see it myself. I don't know where it is. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
आप अपना शेयरिंग क्लोज कर दीजिए, so they have to do some setting and all. After that you can share.
Okay. Actually, sir, ये problem भी आ रही है कि ये screen share. I can't see my screen.
Stop sharing.
नहीं वो तो ठीक है, but मेरे को दिख ही नहीं रहा है अपना. I know this is the setup.
Join now.
When I join.
Okay.
आपको शुरू कर देना.
Okay.
अच्छा.
Then go on more.
Share.
Share.
Entire screen. No. फिर तो मैंने toggle हर बार change कर देती हूँ.
धीरे-धीरे की है ना. हाँ. तो आपका वो शेयर होता है.
नहीं, but मेरे को
Start this PPT.
Is my screen good? Is the screen visible, guys?
Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
Can you see the PPT?
Yes, you can see the PPT.
Okay, fine. I'll stop. देखिए
तो नीचे आपका कंटेंट है ना, मतलब आपका जो भी कंटेंट ऑनलाइन वहाँ पे हाँ वो तो मेरी वो डिवाइस
नहीं ये तो
करेक्ट बूस्ट कर लिया. मैं आपको
I have my I'll connect my where's my map? ये देखिए पूछा इसका मतलब दो जगह ने एक जगह से लॉगिन किया.
ये आसपास वहाँ पे पूछ रहा हूँ वहाँ पे देखिए वहाँ पे मल्टीपल
उन्हें बोलिए स्पीकर्स ऑफ उन्हें बोलिए स्पीकर्स ऑफ जहाँ पे मल्टीपल. So I think that's okay. Let's stop sharing.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants and distinguished guests, a warm welcome to all of you at the pre-conference workshop on advanced data analysis for scale development. I, Priyanka, along with my colleague Ms. Shevarini, feel extremely privileged to be your anchors for this insightful session. Let us all take a moment to invoke the blessings of Goddess Saraswati.
Well, Albert Einstein said, if we knew what it was we were doing, it would not be called research, would it? It is an occasion like this we get opportunities to test our knowledge and understanding. We look forward to get an exposure about this very dynamic topic, advanced data analysis for scale development.
Today, we have the honor of having with us a distinguished personality, a renowned academician, and an expert in the field of research methodology, scale development, and validation, Professor Pooja Khatri. Professor Pooja Khatri is currently serving as a professor at University School of Management Studies, Guru Gobind Singh, Indraprastha University, Delhi. With an illustrious academic background, she earned her PhD in organizational behavior and higher education from Guru Chambeshwar University, Hisar, and is an alumnus of Kurukshetra University. But that is not all. Her expertise goes far beyond her academic credentials. She is a trained and certified behavior analyst with a specialization in psychometric profiling. Her passion for research has earned her accolades, including being awarded as the best professor in organizational behavior by ET Now in December 2019. Furthermore, she was recognized as the most inspirational woman in the Inspirational Woman category, Academia, by We Are the City in August 2019. Today, we are indeed fortunate to have her here to lead this pre-conference workshop and share her valuable insight with all of us.
Thank you so
Throughout
much.
this workshop, we'll have the opportunity to delve into the intricacies of advanced data analysis for scale development, exploring the tools and techniques that can enhance our research endeavors. I encourage all participants to actively engage, ask questions, and make the most of this invaluable learning experience. We are certain that Professor Khatri's guidance will pave the way for a deeper understanding of research methodologies and data analysis. So without further ado, let's begin this enriching journey of knowledge with Professor Khatri at the helm. To commence the session, I now request Professor Khatri to share her expertise with us.
Thank you so much. I don't know why this is echoing. I just switch off the fan. See it helps. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, so it's echoing. There's something wrong. I can hear my voice.
भाई चाय पी ले चाय में पीते नहीं वैसे
Hello? हाँ जी, it's echoing. Guys, people who are coordinators, there's a big glitch. I can double hear my voice. It is echoing. Please help Shivalini.
कैमरा हो गया आपका
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? It's echoing. It's echoing.
Your option.
The problem is connection. Hello, can you hear me? I think this is better.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. This is still
Still recording. अभी क्या? Hello.
echo कर रहा है ना? बहुत ज्यादा बोलूंगी तो मतलब कैसे बोलूं? सर ये एको कर रहा है आपका पूरी तरह से क्या एको कर रहा है पीछे से आवाज आ रही है तो या किसी के स्पीकर तो नहीं है
नहीं ऊपर सबके बंद करा क्या है मैं
ब्लूटूथ ऑडियो पे फिर कैसे करूंगी ज्वाइन नहीं हो रहा अब तो
अरे वो ऊपर कोई एक्सेप्ट करेगा तभी वो होगा। हेलो हेलो
Dr. Shahid, you are very much audible. We have all the questions.
एक बार हम रीस्टार्ट कर सकते हैं इसको
सिस्टम को।
हाँ
करते जाओ।
सर इसमें माइक उसमें भी है ना, दो माइक चल रहे हैं।
किसमें? कैमरे में भी माइक
कैमरे
है?
में माइक होगा इसमें।
कैमरे में माइक है मैम?
मुझे नहीं पता।
इसलिए
नहीं, मैं हमेशा ऐसे यूज करती हूँ सर, कभी नहीं होता।
कभी कभी हो जाता है ना, उसका माइक
कभी भी नहीं होता। मैं हर बार देख लूँ ऑप्शन।
रीस्टार्ट करते हैं इसमें माइक है कि नहीं।
हाँ मैम कर लेंगे। मैडम
Try this section.
Am I audible? But I can't hear them. Am I
Yes,
audible?
ma'am, you're audible now.
Now
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Okay, guys, is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, ma'am, it is visible.
So, a very good afternoon to one and all. It is my proud privilege to be a part of this pre-conference workshop. And I don't know, the world's fallen apart with technical glitches since morning. But nevertheless, we'll try to cover as much as we can. The topic today is concepts and scales and clarity amongst confusions. Now, how many of you are enrolled in PhD and how many of you have completed PhD? I would like you to please be very interactive, because unless you're interactive, we'll not be able to talk about what we want to do in the sessions. So, yes, can we know how many of you are PhDs? Are you there, guys? Are you there?
लो यार
Yes, Miss Ranita. Are you there? Guys, can you hear me? It will be very difficult to teach like this because my workshop is absolutely interactive. So if you do not answer, I can't go ahead. Priyanka?
यार इनका नेटवर्क खराब है
Ma'am, you are audible and visible, but we have not received any comments on this particular question.
So
As
are
far as
your respondents there or they're not there? Because that's very important.
I will just request everyone.
Yes, otherwise there's no point.
So,
Vanshika Kapoor, are you there? Guys, are you there? Am I audible? It is very difficult to conduct it this way.
Ma'am, we are not PhD students. We are just students of management pursuing BBA and MBA. We are just attending this event to get a better insight of this time.
Okay. And what about the faculty here? Ritika Malik. Ritika Malik.
I have enrolled myself in PhD. I'll be pursuing it soon. And
Okay, since we're talking about participants who are basically students and I don't know, Swarnika Singh, are you there? Okay, guys, anyways. Yeah, so we are talking about different set of confusions that we start with when we are doing and making our research proposals. So a very good afternoon to one and all. I don't know how much it is going to add value to people at the student level. But yes, when we're talking about making projects, writing papers, representing your organization at world forums, this particular workshop is going to really help you in order to reach the skills that are required by even MBAs and BBA graduates at different levels. I happened to visit IIM Indore very recently, and you would not believe it, but there were people from Christ Bangalore and Christ Lavasa. There were people from Symbiosis, Narsi Monji, students at the BBA MBA level who were doing amazing work in terms of research. So what is research and why should we do research? The fact of the matter remains that most of the time we are really not clear on what we are trying to study and what is that is going to help us deliver the the methodology of how to write a paper. So when I'm talking about how to write a paper, all of us usually tend to pick up a topic and start writing about it. So whenever people go in for their PhDs or even to write a paper, when they go into their project's guides, the first thing that the project guide asks is, what do you want to do and which is the area that you would like to write a paper on. So whenever we're talking about writing a paper on a particular area, how do you realize that, which area you should be a part of, what out of that area that you should be working? I remember when my students came up to me and my PhD scholars came up to me that, ma'am, we would like to do research with you. The first thing that I asked them was, what would you like to do research in? So one of them said, ma'am, I would like to do research in communication. Now, communication is a big umbrella, and you would have different ends to the word communication. For instance, as a subject, when we study communication, there is communication skill, there is communication process, there is communication, grapevine, then there are barriers to communication, then there are effective means of effective communication, then there is noise in communication, and there are so many other aspects which are at the end of the umbrella which we need to study. So where should we start? How should we start searching our papers on the internet? How should we go about thinking that why and how we can, start our research journey? So my presentation today and the topic in the workshop today will be talking about how to get a hold of and a hang of different concepts and constructs, and how do you go about writing these concepts and constructs. So the first thing that anybody would ask is, in which area would you like to do research? Area is a broader concept. It's a very abstract concept, just as we were talking about communication. A concept is a generally accepted collection of meanings and characteristics associated with certain events, objects, conditions, situations, and behaviors. Now, this is a very Three Idiots-like definition. If you need to understand what is a concept, according to Cooper Schindler, concept is a broad area which is abstract, which is not measurable. So when I talk about communication, I will not be able to measure the communication per se of a particular person. I can measure the communication skill. I can measure what are the different barriers he's been facing in communication. I can measure the process that he adopts in communication. But per se, if I were to say everything about his communication, the entire umbrella of communication includes many things, and that is the reason we will not be able to effectively say anything about it. This particular concept, this particular ideology, where we are talking about the broader area, we're talking about the broader umbrella, is called as a concept. Now, for every concept, there are different parts of the concepts or sub-concepts that we need to study. So are these measurable? Are these quantifiable? In today's world, something which is quantifiable makes more sense to the public. For example, if I talk about your performance is quantifiable in terms of your percentage. So 60% is very good, 70% is better, 80% is excellent, 90%, oh, you've delighted the entire set of lot who's been working with you. So percentage is here a parameter to give the quantification to measure whether your performance was good or bad. Similarly, when you're talking about starting research, research starts with a concept. Concept is absolutely not measurable. But as we go down, we need to take research down to a level where we can measure and say something, imply something about the concept, something about the constructs within it. So concept alone is not sufficient. It is a very big umbrella. Leadership is a concept, but what in leadership? There are so many types of leadership. There is transformational leadership, there is servant leadership, there is authentic leadership, then there is resonant leadership, there is self-leadership. What in leadership are you talking about? There's so much of confusion. Then, for example, people talk of quality. Then quality is again a concept which encapsulates service quality, then it encapsulates publication quality, reading quality, writing quality, institute quality, country quality, and there are so many things which are a part of the quality parameter when we're talking about the quality as a concept. So when we start research, we first identify what is the bigger umbrella under which we would like to work, and this is basically your concept. Now going down, drilling down further, let's come up to the end of umbrella. So if communication was a concept, different ends of the umbrella include communication skills, process of communication, grapevine, types of communication, networks in communication, and all these little things are nothing but parts which may be read, which need to be read so that we can say something about the concept. This particular end of the umbrella is better known as a construct. Now, construct is still abstract. It is not quantifiable. It is still, we are unable to understand as to what and how should we quantify a construct. Yet, we can have a value of a construct. So, what is a construct? It is an abstract concept. It is still abstract. It is the end of the umbrella. We were talking about communication. So, communication skill is a construct, or communication process, which is a part of communication, the big umbrella, is a construct. Or for example, noise in communication is a construct. So we are talking about different types of constructs. So when my student came up to me and she said, ma'am, I would like to work under you for communication. So I said, okay, what in communication? Tell me which construct would you like to work on? So she said, ma'am, I would like to work on communication skills. Now, what is communication skill? I asked her, please go and find out how would we measure communication skill, because it is still an abstract concept. It is still a smaller concept. It is a sub-concept, but it is still very abstract. We will not be able to say much about what is and how should we measure the communication skill. So she went back and she studied a lot of papers and she came back and said, ma'am, some of the authors are saying that if you measure a person's vocabulary, the level of words that a person knows, we may say that the communication skill of a person is good. Then later she came up to me and she said, no, ma'am, there are other authors which are talking about the language, the grammar part of the communication skill. So if somebody is good at grammar, then definitely they are going to be good at communication skill. And then she came back again and she said, there are many authors that are talking about that if the spelling of a person is good, then probably we may be able to say that there is a better communication skill. And she came up with many such dimensions or directions to measure communication skill as a construct, which was a part of the concept of communication. So I said, okay, let's just figure out and find out that whether we will be able to measure communication in under 3 directions. Now, there were too many directions that were given to us by different authors. We, along with the expert group, decided that our communication skill would be made up of 3 directions or 3 dimensions. These dimensions were nothing but the directions that have been given by the authors to us so that we could work upon measuring communication skill. So the first direction was vocabulary. The second direction was syntax. And the third direction was spelling. So if I were to define communication skill now, I said communication skill is nothing but if a person is good at vocabulary, I would say he's good at communication skill. If a person is good at syntax, I would say he's good at communication skill. If a person is good at spelling, I would say he's good at communication skills. So communication skill is measured by 3 things: vocabulary, syntax, and spelling. Now, the next question is, vocabulary, syntax, and spelling is still just a direction, or in the research terms, we call it a dimension. So how do you measure the dimension? It is still abstract. I still don't know how to measure it. So I told her that why not make certain questions on vocabulary, on the person's syntax, and on the dimension of spelling. So we came up to a set of questions which were talking about vocabulary, which were talking about syntax, and which were talking about spelling. So we talked about the communication skill as a, just give me a second. So we talked about communication. So we talked about communication. This was a concept. Within communication, it was an umbrella term. It was an umbrella term which had many terms to go with it. And this umbrella term had communication skill, it had communication process, it had communication ideologies, it had barriers to communication, and a list of plethora of many constructs that we could talk about. Communication here was just a concept which was abstract in nature, and hence nothing could be said about this particular aspect of a person. So from communication and all these constructs which were helping us to define communication, we came up to communication skill as a construct. Now, communication skill was the first construct, or one of the constructs out of many constructs, where the level of abstraction was a little less, but yet it was abstract. So we are talking about communication skill as a construct, which was further measured by vocabulary, syntax, and spelling. So vocabulary, syntax, and spelling were the three directions or three dimensions, as we call in research. So these were the dimensions, as we call in research, when we were talking about communication skill. So we said we'll measure the communication skill of students in VBA. And what we need to do is we need to ask them few questions, or question number 1, question number 2, question number 3 for vocabulary. Say we will ask question number 4, question number 5, question number 6 for testing their grammar, and question number 7, question number 8, and question number 9 to test their spelling. Now, this particular set of questions, when we tried to figure out, they would be assessed on a Likert scale. So we are talking about asking them a certain question about vocabulary on a strongly disagree to strongly agree scale. Similarly, some questions about syntax on a strongly disagree to strongly agree scale, or some questions about spelling on a strongly disagree to strongly agree scale. And we are getting numbers from 1 to 7. Here also we are getting numbers from 1 to 7. Here also we are getting numbers from 1 to 7, because our scale is from 1 to 7. Now, do we get a number? Yes. Now I have a number. Now is it quantifiable? Yes, it is quantifiable. Now, if this is quantifiable, then can I use these 3 items or 3 statements to measure my vocabulary? Yes, I can measure my vocabulary on the basis of these 3 questions. Similarly, can I use these 4, 5, 6 questions to measure my syntax? Yes, I can use these 4, 5, 6 questions to measure my syntax. Similarly, I can use 7, 8, 9 to measure my spelling. Now, syntax. Now, this again becomes a number, and as soon as this becomes a number, this becomes quantifiable or measurable. As soon as this becomes quantifiable and measurable, will I be able to say something about the communication skill? Because now I have 3 numbers here, and I can get a holistic number. Why do I say a hidden score? Because it is the actual score is observed score is at this level where your children are answering questions. So this is at the observation level. On the basis of the observed score, you create a hidden score at this level, at the dimension level. And when you have a hidden score at the 3 dimension levels, you create a hidden score or at the construct level. So now I have some score here, and that is the reason I call it a latent variable. Now, there are 2 types of variable. One is an observed variable, something where you can get a value directly from the respondent. And second is the latent variable, a value that you compute from the observed variables. So in totality, we talked about what is a concept. The first thing that we talked about is whenever we go in for a research, we decide that which is the area that I would like to work for. So I would like to work for construct, and the construct is communication skill. Within communication skill, how will I measure communication skill? Under 3 directions or dimension: vocabulary, syntax, and spelling. And each of these is measured through 3 questions so that I can say something about the communication skill. So construct is also an abstract concept which is measured in terms of certain dimensions. So what is a dimension? It is a factor, it is a direction. It is also unmeasured. It is also a latent variable. Why? Because here also the value will be computed on the basis of the questions that you are asking at the questionnaire level, at the survey level, or at the item level. The questions that we ask in a survey are better known as items or questions or statements. So these statements are something which you are recording on a 1 to 7 scale, and so they have a value. And now with this value, I would like to get a value of dimension. So that is the reason we say that it is a hidden variable. It is based out of the value of the observed variable. So there is where we go in for a dimension. And that most of the time, we have been talking about observed variable and latent variable, and we've been talking about a concept and a construct and a dimension and a question. So all of these, are they all variables? Is an item a variable? The question that you ask in a questionnaire, since it is going to vary from person to person, yes, the question that you ask in a questionnaire is a variable. I'm going by basics of research, absolute basics of research, so that we can come up to a level where you can understand what research is and how it is done. So we're talking about the questionnaire. We all know that if I have to conduct a survey research, the first thing that I need to have is a questionnaire. What will a questionnaire have? It will have some questions. What are the questions pertaining to? The questions are pertaining to some of the dimensions, just as in our case, the questions in my questionnaire will be pertaining, if I have to measure communication skill, the questions in my questionnaire will be pertaining to your vocabulary, then there will be certain questions on syntax, and then there will be certain questions on spelling. Now, on the basis of the mapping of what was recorded for these questions are again variable. The responses to these questions are variable. So the items are also called as variables. Why? Most of the research papers will say, since it will vary from respondent to respondent, we say it is a variable. But is it an observed variable? Who's going to tell me? Is it an observed variable or is it a latent variable? Are you there?
A latent variable.
The question that we ask is a latent variable. The question that we ask in a questionnaire, is it a latent variable or an observed variable? गलत बोलने में कोई मनाही नहीं है, आराम से गलत बोल सकते हैं, बोलिए तो सही. The questions that you asked in your questionnaire, are they latent variables or they're observed variables?
Observed variables.
They are observed variables. Why are they observed variables? Because we have a value which on a scale of 1 to 7 or 1 to 5 or whichever scale you take, we try to map the values. Now let's go up to the dimension level. Now at the dimension level, we were talking about vocabulary, syntax, and spelling. So now these are also variable because my vocabulary will be different from your vocabulary, my syntax will be different from your syntax, my spelling will be different from level of spelling will be different from your spelling, and it is based out of these questions. But the value of these variables, these are called as dimensions, but they are also variable. Why? Because this will also go differently from person to person. So this kind of a variable, will this be a latent variable or an observed variable? Dimensions like vocabulary, syntax, and spelling, the value here will be a latent variable or an observed variable? Yes. Yes, Shahid, are you there?
ये तो मैथ सिखा दी है.
Shivalini?
Ma'am, It's an observed variable.
At the dimension level, we are saving the score of items here, and then on the basis of these scores, observed is which you get directly from the respondent. This is my calculation. This is nothing from the respondent. This is what I have done is I have done question 1, question 2. What I have created a score is question 1 plus question 2 plus question 3 divided by 3, and I get a value of vocabulary. Similarly, question 4 plus question 5 plus question 6, and I divided by 3 and I get a value for syntax. And for spelling, I do question 7, question 8 and question 9, and I divided by 3 and I get a value for spelling. This is something which I have created. This is not from the respondent. So will it be a latent variable or an observed variable? Isn't it a hidden variable?
A latent
it is
variable.
Dependent on the observed variable. It is a
Latent variable.
It is a latent variable. Why? Because the values have been calculated by the researcher and they are not directly observable by the respondent. They are based on the values that were observed by the respondent. Now, if I calculate a value for communication skill, will communication skill be a latent variable or an observed variable? Now, communication skill will be a latent variable or a latent construct or an observed construct?
Observe.
Why observed?
And because in latent we are calculating the mathematical by which we can indirectly through a mathematical model, but observable is which we can observe first. Like communication is like when we are observing someone through communication, isn't it?
You are getting it all wrong. When we are talking about observed variables, these are variables which are values that you get from the respondent.
Yeah.
Okay, so values, when we get the value from the respondent in a survey, we say it is an observed value. So question is an observed variable. Are you there? The questions that you have got questionnaire on a scale of 1 to 7 is an observed variable. Are you there? Now, on the basis of these questions, on the basis of these 9 questions that I asked, on the basis of these 9 questions that I asked, I calculated values for vocabulary, syntax, and spelling. Now, these 3, are they observed or are they latent? On the basis of the observed variables, these were the observed variables, I calculated the value of vocabulary, syntax, and spelling. Will this be latent or will this be observed?
Latent, ma'am.
So this is latent. Are you there? Now, on the basis of the values that I computed here, I computed the value of communication skill. I again computed the value of communication skill. Will this be observed or will this be latent? This will be
latent variable.
Latent variable. Why latent? Because the values were only observed at the first level. The values were only observed at the question level or the item level. And on the basis of the values, we went into compute the values of the dimensions. And that is the reason dimensions are always latent variables. On the basis of the dimensions, we computed the value of the construct, and that is the reason the value of the construct is also called as a latent construct or a latent variable. So in the questionnaire, in our study, when we started with communication was the concept. Then we came to communication skill. We selected communication skill out of all the constructs which were available. This was a construct, and it was also called as a latent construct. Why? Because it had no value of its own. The value would be computed on some other parameters. Communication skill had vocabulary, syntax, and spelling as 3 dimensions. So these dimensions also did not have any values of their own. So we said that they are still latent. But vocabulary had 3 questions, and for syntax, for measuring syntax, we had 3 questions, and for measuring spelling, we had 3 questions. So now these values were directly asked from the respondent, and hence the items or the questions that we ask from the respondent are called as observed variables. Are you there with me, everyone? So do you understand the difference between an observed variable and a latent variable? Do you understand the difference, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so going back now to a variable. Now that means everything is a variable. Concept will be a variable, construct will be a variable, dimension will be a variable, and your questions also are variables. Everything in research is called a variable, and that is the reason जब हम research paper पढ़ते हैं तो हमें बड़ी confusion होती है कि यार किसको variable कह रहे हो आप. So इस confusion को दूर करने के लिए let's understand that the questions that we ask are going to be observed variables. The dimensions that we compute are going to be latent variables. That from the basis of the dimension, the construct that we have is going to be a latent construct, and on that basis of many latent constructs, you may give some implications about the concept. So going on further to the holistic model of research, we have something which is called as a conceptual variable. Conceptual variable is nothing but the concept. Conceptual variable, if we reduce the degree of abstraction to a little less, that means we come to the end of the umbrella and we say out of communication, I'm only going to study communication skill. So I come up to selection of one of the constructs, and when I talk about a construct, I say these directions are better known as dimensions, and in order to measure these dimensions, I listed few questions in my questionnaire which are known as observed variables or items or questions of the questionnaire. So the degree of abstraction is lowest at the observed variable or the question level. At the construct level, it is still abstract because we are calculating values. We may have errors. At the conceptual variable, the degree of abstraction is very high. Why? Because only on the basis of communication skill, you will not be able to say anything about the communication of a person. You will have to measure all the possible constructs that are under the umbrella of communication, which is a very tedious task and which you may not be able to do it. So that is the reason we say that the level of abstraction is the highest at the concept level. So this was the prospectus theory given by Bagozzi in Journal of Marketing. So what is happening? All the observed variables or the questions where our items or the questions are there in the questionnaire, all the mathematical operations are happening here. All the relationships are being managed here. And on the basis of these relationships, we will say something about a construct. Proxily say something about a construct. That means latently say something about a construct. On the basis of the observed variable, we may infer something about the construct, and that is why we call it as a proxy variable. And then, of course, is the conceptual variable where the degree of abstraction is very, very high. So there are certain other terms when you are doing research that you should know. One is called as an item. Item is nothing but the question. So questionnaire में जो question होता है उसको item भी कह देते हैं, variable भी कह देते हैं, observed variable भी कह देते हैं, question भी कह देते हैं. So these are all common terms. Please do not get confused when you read research papers. Then we come to something which is called as a scale. Now, before I go to the scale, let me explain a survey to you and the test to you. Survey is a collection of scales of assorted items to put together. For example, let's imagine that you have to conduct a research where you are trying to find out that all of us know about alumni, right? We are all a part of an institution today. Tomorrow we might become the alumni of this institution. So I want to study where if alumni satisfaction leads to alumni giving behavior. Now, what is alumni giving behavior? Alumni giving behavior is when the alumni, you create an alumni website, you create an alumni network, and you want that the alumni should give back to the institution. That is the basic idea of having an alumni network. Now, how would alumni give back to the institution? They would give back in terms of mentor programs. They would give back in terms of some kind of lectures that they would hold. They would give back in terms of some internships that they would help the students with. They may even give back in terms of some charitable behavior, some financial giving they might do for their institution. So alumni giving behavior was a construct that we wanted to study. And the relationship was, we believed that if alumni are satisfied with their alma mater or the institution that they worked for or they were a part of, then definitely they would like to give back to the institution. So this was a particular relationship that we were studying, and in order to study this, there was another variable that came into our mind, and that was alumni citizenship. We said that apart from alumni satisfaction, how much belongingness the alumni has, with the alma mater will also impact the giving behavior. So there were two variables which we said are we should study to study the impact on alumni giving behavior. So these variables, which were absolutely independent and were taken from the literature review, which were said to have an impact on alumni giving behavior, were called as independent variables, because ये आपस में किसी चीज पे dependent नहीं है, अलग है, इनको हमने कहा independent variables. ये दोनों चीजें हमारी रिसर्च में will impact alumni giving behavior. तो ये जो एरो लग रही है वो alumni giving behavior पे लग रही है. इसका मतलब क्या है, ये दोनों का इम्पैक्ट इस पे देखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि अगर सिटीजनशिप हो, सिटीजनशिप इज बिलोंगिंगनेस, बेसिकली बिलोंगिंगनेस विद द इंस्टीट्यूशन, एंड alumni satisfaction is satisfaction that you would have with the institution. So we said that if you have alumni satisfaction and you have belongingness, probably there's going to be giving behavior. Since giving behavior, alumni giving behavior is dependent on alumni citizenship behavior and alumni satisfaction, we call it a dependent variable. This is better known as a dependent variable. So whenever we are doing research, we will first identify few things. People will ask you, what are your IDVs? Second question, people will ask you, what are your DVs? Third question, people will ask you, what is your model? Fourth question, people will ask you, what is the scales that you are using? Fifth question, people will ask you, what are the other demographic variables? Which is the sample? What is the sample? किस पे आप research करना चाहते हैं? Right? And sometimes they might even ask you, what is the population? These are very new terms for all of you, so I will take them up one by one. सबसे पहली बात, मेरे को रिसर्च करनी है और मुझे पता करना है कि alumni जो BCIPS के alumni हैं, how would they give back to the institution? How can I rope in the alumni so that they give back to the institution? So I went in to do research. I went into Scopus and Web of Science databases. I read certain research papers and I came to a conclusion that if we study alumni satisfaction as a construct and alumni citizenship as a construct, I will get to compute, or I will get to an understanding of what is the giving behavior or alumni giving behavior of alumni of BCIPS. So since I'm talking about alumni at the management and the technical level, can I say what is my sample? BCIPS is dealing with management students and technical students. So can I say what is my sample? If I say that I have to study the alumni giving behavior of BCIPS alumni, so can I say what is my sample? Are you there? Do you understand what is a sample? Are you there, guys? Are you there?
The management students.
The management students of what?
BCIPS
or all management students?
No, ma'am, the students of BCIPS.
Students of BCIPS are my sample. ठीक है? What is the population? The entire set of management students of Delhi NCR. The entire set. So management students from Mary, management students from USMS, management students from other institutions, entire set of management students will be my population. Population includes many subsamples. Out of those many subsamples, I pick up one sample, and that is called as my sampling process, wherein I say I will only go in for a target out of the entire population. I will pick up only one subsample out of many samples which are there in the target population. So when I wanted to do my research and when I wanted to do my project on alumni giving behavior of BCIPS, what I did was I made a list of all the population. What is the population? All the management students who are alumnus of management institutes in Delhi NCR. If I restrict my research to Delhi NCR. When I restrict my research to Delhi NCR, it is called the scope of my research. What is scope of research? When you are restricting your research to a particular area or a jurisdiction or a particular paraphernalia, we say that we will restrict our scope of research. अब management students तो पूरी India के भी हैं, पूरे world के भी हैं, पूरी कॉन्टिनेंट्स के भी हैं. आप कहाँ तक जाएंगे? हम कह रहे हैं कि हमारी स्टडी के लिए for my scope of research, my population is Delhi NCR management students. On the Delhi NCR management students, I had students from MERI, I had students from BCIPS, I had students from USMS, I had students from FMS Delhi University, I had students from Jamia Millia Islamia, I have students from Jamia Hamdard, I have students from other institute, other private and public and deemed. So I will select only one subsample. These are all subsamples in the bigger sample, or which is also better known as population. So I will select only one subsample, and that is where I say my target sample. My target sample here is the BCIPS students, and this is where I say that my sampling is complete. I have selected a sample from the target population. Do you get the difference between population and sample? Are you there? Do you get the difference between population and sample? So population is a set of all the students. Out of population, we get a set of one of the subsamples we take, and that is called as a sample. Now, when I write my demographics, I will be writing everything that is relating to the students or the alumni of BCIPS, and that will become my demographics pertaining to my sample, pertaining to my study. And that is the reason demographics are always on the basis of your sample. Are you there with me? Now, we also talked about the IDVs and the DVs, right? So we said that when you're talking about BCIPS, we are talking about, we want to study the alumni giving behavior of BCIPS. And we said when we did research, there was a construct alumni satisfaction. And then there was another construct which was talking about belongingness, which is alumni citizenship behavior. And this was our final variable which we want to study, which was our dependent variable. This is alumni giving behavior. Now, in this particular model, this is a model because we are talking about how these two IDVs will lead to, alumni giving behavior. So this is IDV 1 and this is IDV 2, and how do we lead to the dependent variable, that is alumni giving behavior. So who will tell me now, if I have to talk about alumni giving behavior, is it a construct or a concept? Who will tell me, is alumni giving behavior a construct or a concept? Is alumni giving behavior is a concept or a construct? Am I audible? Am I audible, guys?
Yes, ma'am. A construct?
It is a construct. Why is it a construct? This was very good. Who spoke up?
Priyanka.
आप अपना नाम बता दीजिए क्योंकि मेरे को तो आप दिख नहीं रहे हैं.
Priyanka.
Yes, Priyanka. Why is it a construct? And if it is a construct, what is the concept behind it? The construct is alumni giving behavior. The concept is giving behavior. Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
तो गिविंग बिहेवियर बड़े तरीके का हो सकता है, alumni गिविंग बिहेवियर भी हो सकता है, रिलेशनशिप गिविंग बिहेवियर भी हो सकता है, फैमिली गिविंग बिहेवियर भी हो सकता है, वर्क गिविंग बिहेवियर भी हो सकता है. There can be multiple types of giving behavior. We are studying only student giving behavior भी हो सकता है, parent giving behavior भी हो सकता है. It can be any type of giving behavior. So out of the concept of giving, Yes, who's going to tell me? Piyush, are you there? Shivalini. Shivalini naam hai na aapka? What's your name?
Couldn't hear your question. Can you please repeat?
My question is that alumni citizenship behavior, is it a construct or a concept? We are talking about this. We are talking about alumni citizenship behavior. Is it a construct or a concept? We are talking about IDV. अब गलत बोलिए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. I will check you, but please speak. तब ज्यादा समझ आएगा. हाँ जी अनिता.
construct ma'am?
It is a construct. Very good. It is a construct. तो अगर alumni citizenship behavior construct है तो इसका concept क्या होगा शिवालिनी? क्या होगा concept, क्या होगा इसके behind? इसकी bigger umbrella क्या होगी? Citizenship behavior. Are you there? So when you talk about citizenship behavior, you have organizational citizenship behavior, employee citizenship behavior, work citizenship behavior. Here we are studying only one construct, which is called as an alumni citizenship behavior. Right? Now, alumni satisfaction. Is it a concept or a construct? Is it a concept or a construct?
A construct, ma'am.
Construct. So what can be the concept behind it?
Satisfaction.
Very good. Satisfaction is the concept behind it. So when somebody wanted to study satisfaction, they said, no, I'm going to study alumni satisfaction. So it is a construct which is coming from the bigger umbrella of satisfaction. Similarly, citizenship behavior, alumni citizenship behavior is a construct coming from the bigger umbrella of citizenship behavior, which is a concept. Similarly, alumni giving behavior is a construct coming up from the bigger umbrella, which is the giving behavior. Now, we are now clear that in this model, we have 3 constructs. How many constructs does this model have? Does it look like a model? Have you seen a research paper ever? Does it look like a model? The thing that I have shown on the on your screen is, does it look like a model? Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
ठीक है. So it looks like a model. It has how many IDVs? This model of mine, how many IDVs?
2, ma'am.
2 IDVs. 2 IDVs कौन-कौन से हैं? आप बताओगे मुझे नाम?
The citizenship behavior and alumni satisfaction.
Alumni satisfaction and alumni citizenship. ठीक है, बिल्कुल ठीक है ये बात. Okay, in this model, how many DVs?
1 dependent variable, ma'am, giving back behavior of alumni.
अब ध्यान से सुनना. Dependent variable वो होता है जिसके अंदर जिसको एरो लग रही होती है, क्योंकि वो कहीं ना कहीं से किसी और पे डिपेंडेंट है ना. Alumni citizenship behavior भी क्या alumni satisfaction पे डिपेंडेंट है?
Yes.
Is it dependent on alumni satisfaction?
Yes, ma'am.
So in our model, for AGB we have 2 IDVs. For ACB we have 1 IDV. Are you there?
Got it, ma'am.
Got it? So for AGB we have 2 IDVs because there are 2 arrows leading to AGB. For ACB we have 1 arrow leading to ACB. So we will say ACB is also one kind of a dependent variable. It is not the main dependent variable, but it may be one kind of a dependent variable. In fact, it is coming between the relationship of ASAT and AGB, and that is why sometimes in models we call it as a mediator. Are you there with me? The dependent variable, which is basically talking about a relationship. So there are 2 relationships here between ASAT and ACB and ACB to AGB. So when I compute A into B, I will get this effect. I will get this relationship. This relationship is called as an indirect effect. Indirect effect का क्या मतलब है? AGB पे ASAT का effect through ACB. AGB पे ASAT का effect through ACB is called as an indirect effect. Why is indirect effect? Because there is a mediator in between, which is ACB. So जब हम इस मॉडल की बात कर रहे थे, जब AGB की बात करेंगे, AGB को मेजर करने के लिए 2 IDVs हैं, ACB को मेजर करने के लिए 1 IDV है। तो अगर मैं डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल की बात करूं तो AGB भी डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल है एंड कुछ हद तक हमारा मीडिएटर जो है वो भी डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल है और हमारा मीडिएटर है यहाँ पे ACB. Are you there? Have you got the difference between what is a mediator and what is a dependent variable and what is an IDV?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you there? Have you got this clarification? Now, I talked about a concept. I talked about the construct. I talked about what are DVs. I talked about what are IDVs, and I talked about what is a mediator. I also talked about the model. So a model will be comprising of some IDVs and DVs. Some IDVs and DVs are going to be interconnected through certain arrows. These arrows are talking about relationships. What are these arrows? These are relationships between construct A and construct B. So the relationship between ASAT and AGB is going to, the effect of ASAT and AGB is the relationship that is being shown on this particular line. When I talk about the relationship between ACB and AGB, it is being shown by this particular line. If I talk about the relationship between ASAT and ACB, I am talking about this particular line. So my model has at least 3 relationships, A, B and C. Are you there with me? The relationship between construct A, construct B and construct C. इसका मतलब अगर मुझे क्वेश्चनर बनाना है इस मॉडल का, तो सबसे पहले मैं डालूंगी डेमोग्राफिक्स. Are you there? Second, I have to measure this construct. Now the entirety of the questions that I will ask to measure ASAT is going to be called as a scale of ASAT. Now जब मैंने ASAT को measure किया, the people said that okay, let me just erase this and come back to how the model again. So we were talking about ASAT. We said ASAT को जब हमने पढ़ा तो उसके 2 डायमेंशन थे, alumni experience और alumni career assistance. ये 2 डायमेंशन थे और हर डायमेंशन को हमने 3 क्वेश्चन से या 3 आइटम से मेजर किया. This was ASAT. This was how we measured. So what is AE and CA? What is AE and CA? Who's going to be telling me this?
Construct.
We need to take a break. When you tell me what is your timeline now, because we are already lost the timelines.
Actually, 1:30 or around 2. So we have a lunch break for each and
So 1:30 we take a break and 2:30 तक break करते हैं.
2 half.
Okay.
Half an hour. From 2 we will start again.
Half an hour lunch break.
45 minutes. 45 minutes because पहले 10 बजे से था, तो 10 बजे से 4 बजे तक करना था, बट अभी 12 बजे स्टार्ट हुआ है.
मेरी गलती थी.
हाँ, वो आपकी गलती है, नहीं मान रहे. 45 minutes.
और उसके बाद कंटिन्यूस 4 बजे तक पढ़ा.
4 साढ़े 4.
ठीक है.
जब तक भी आपका सेशन.
ठीक है. I need to also ask you, is this on mute? This on mute, right? I need to also ask you, who are the participants? Because ये तो सिर्फ बच्चे बैठे हैं. इनके लिए it is of no relevance.
Research scholars are also there.
No. They are not speaking. Audiences are just students, so it makes no sense for them. मतलब इतना मटेरियल मैं लेके आई थी और अगर आपके पास ऑडियंस नहीं है तो फिर तो कोई फायदा नहीं. It's of no use. आप बच्चे बिठा रहे हो वो गड़बड़ है.
Participants उनको मैसेज कर दीजिए कि सेशन में स्टार्ट है. ठीक है.
1:30 में 1:30 ब्रेक अनाउंस करें.
Technically all well.
Technically all well, yeah, no issues. Yeah, am I audible? Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. You're audible.
Okay. So we were talking about ASAT. ASAT was measured through AE and CA. AE was alma mater experience and CA was career assistance. तो मैं यहाँ पे लिख देती हूँ ताकि आप लोगों को थोड़ा सा ये याद रहे. This was career assistance and this was alma mater experience and this was alumni satisfaction. Now who's going to tell me AE और CA क्या है? Dimensions है, key factors है, कि constructs है, क्या है? AE और CA, ASAT के लिए क्या है AE और CA?
Dimensions.
They are dimensions. Very good. So AE and CA are dimensions of ASAT. And AE is measured with 3 questions. There are items, item number 1, item number 2, item number 3, and then there is again item number 4, item number 5, item number 6. Are you there with me? Are you there with me? So there is there, we had ASAT. Now let's go to AGB. AGB was again a construct which had 4 dimensions: charitable giving behavior, professional giving behavior, financial giving behavior, and social giving behavior. These 4, are they dimensions? Are they dimensions? Each of them was measured with 3 items each. Are they dimensions of AGB?
Yes, ma'am.
And each of these are items. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have I7, I8, I9, I10, I11, I12, I13, I14, I15, I16. I और item या question same बात है. तो आप इसको item भी कह सकते हैं, question भी कह सकते हैं. No problem. You can write question here, or you can write item here. Okay, so you can call it item or you can call it questionnaire, whatever you may like to call it. You may go ahead with it. So now AGB, how many dimensions does AGB have? Who is going to tell me? How many dimensions does AGB? 4 dimensions. And each dimension, how many questions does each dimension have?
3.
3. तो अगर मेरे को AGB measure करना है तो टोटल मेरे को 4 डायमेंशंस मेजर करनी पड़ेंगी और इन 4 डायमेंशंस को मेजर करने के लिए मेरे ऑब्जर्व्ड वेरिएबल्स कितने हैं? 12. Very good. Why? Because 3, 3, 3, 3. 12 observed variables. Are you there? So इसका मतलब जब मुझे AGB मेजर करना है तो मुझे 12 क्वेश्चंस डालने हैं अपने क्वेश्चनेयर में which are pertaining to AGB. ये 12 क्वेश्चन इसके भी है, इसके भी है, इसके भी है और इसके भी है. अगर मुझे ASAT मेजर करना है, तो कितनी डायमेंशंस थी ASAT की? 2 डायमेंशन थी और हर डायमेंशन के 3 क्वेश्चन. तो कितने क्वेश्चन बने ASAT के? 6 क्वेश्चंस. राइट? अब तीसरे हमारा कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट क्या था? एलुमनाई सिटीजनशिप बिहेवियर. एलुमनाई सिटीजनशिप बिहेवियर की ना कोई डायमेंशन नहीं थी. ये खाली हमने 5 क्वेश्चन से मेजर कर लिया, 5 या 6 क्वेश्चन से मेजर कर लिया. तो अगर एलुमनाई सिटीजनशिप बिहेवियर की बात करूं तो कितने क्वेश्चंस हो गए यहाँ पे? डायरेक्टली एलुमनाई सिटीजनशिप बिहेवियर को मेजर करने के लिए हमारे पास हो गए 6 क्वेश्चन. आर यू देयर विद मी? आर यू देयर?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now let's understand what my questionnaire is going to be for this particular model. Now what is my questionnaire? Questionnaire will have, सबसे पहली बात है हम demographics पूछेंगे on the basis of our sample. दूसरी चीज जो हम पूछेंगे वो है ASAT के questions. कितने questions हैं ASAT के? 6 questions. ASAT
6.
Yes.
Right? तीसरी बात क्या पूछेंगे? 6 questions. ACB के
12 questions. ACB 6 and AGB 12.
और फिर आएगा हमारा 12 क्वेश्चन. किसके पूछेंगे हम?
AGB
के. सही है? अभी तक सही है? इसका मतलब मेरे क्वेश्चनेयर में ASAT को मेजर करने का एक स्केल है, ACB को मेजर करने का एक स्केल है जिसके 6 क्वेश्चन है, और AGB को मेजर करने का एक और स्केल है जिसके 12 क्वेश्चन है। तो इसका मतलब क्या है? दिस इज स्केल A। क्यों इसको स्केल कहा जाता है? क्योंकि इसकी अपनी एक रिलायबिलिटी वैलिडिटी है। हर बार रिलायबिलिटी वैलिडिटी क्या चीज होती है? हर बार जब मैं एलुमनाई सिटीजनशिप बिहेवियर मेजर करना चाहूंगी, so my questions should be so good that every time I get the same response. Suppose आज मैं आपसे सिटीजनशिप बिहेवियर पूछती हूँ आपके 10 एलुमनाई का, और फिर परसों पूछती हूँ, तो वो चेंज तो नहीं होना चाहिए ना। अगर वो चेंज हो जाता है तो फिर वो अच्छा स्केल है ही नहीं। अगर हम एक फुट रूलर लेते हैं और उससे हम मेजर करते हैं, तो एक फुट रूलर में 12 इंच ही रहेगा ना। वो हर बार मेजर करोगे तो वो 12 इंच ही रहेगा। आप 13 तो नहीं उससे मेजर कर सकते। दैट मीन्स द कंसिस्टेंसी ऑफ मेजरमेंट ऑफ एनी इंस्ट्रूमेंट इज कॉल्ड इट्स रिलायबिलिटी। So we would always want to have the construct scale should have its own reliability. The construct scale should also have its own validity. वैलिडिटी का क्या मतलब है? अब मैं मेजर तो करना चाहती हूँ एलुमनाई सेटिस्फैक्शन, और मैं क्वेश्चन पूछ रही हूँ एम्प्लॉय सेटिस्फैक्शन के, तो क्या ये सही होगा? If I ask questions on employee satisfaction, will it be good enough for alumni satisfaction?
No ma'am, reliability नहीं है।
रिलायबिलिटी नहीं, वैलिडिटी। वैलिडिटी क्या है? जब मैं दो चीजें, एक क्वेश्चन, एक स्केल में पहली चीज क्या है? आप सही क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हो कि नहीं पूछ रहे हो। आप एलुमनाई सेटिस्फैक्शन मेजर करने वाले हो और आप एम्प्लॉय सेटिस्फैक्शन के कुछ क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हो, तो क्या ये सही है या गलत? गलत है। तो अगर ये गलत है, इसका मतलब इसकी वैलिडिटी ही नहीं है। ये तो वैलिड ही नहीं है। आप एलुमनाई सेटिस्फैक्शन पूछना चाहते हो और आप एम्प्लॉय सेटिस्फैक्शन पूछ रहे हो, ये तो वैलिड ही नहीं है, ये तो गड़बड़ है। तो इसलिए वैलिडिटी भी होनी चाहिए हर स्केल की। अगर मैं एलुमनाई सेटिस्फैक्शन का कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट मेजर करना चाहती हूँ, तो पहली चीज मुझे उसमें सही क्वेश्चन पूछने हैं। When you ask the right questions and the questions are measuring what is their purpose to measure, then we say that the scale is a valid scale. Are you there? So if I have to measure length with my foot ruler and I have 12 inches, then if I measure inches and centimeter, if I measure length in inches and centimeter, I would say my scale is a valid scale. If instead of inches and centimeter, I write kilograms and liters, will it be a valid scale to measure length? Will it be a valid scale? No. So I have to have a valid scale. So if length is measured in centimeters and inches, then you have to ask the question in centimeter and inches. Similarly, if you're talking about alumni satisfaction, then your satisfaction has to be measured on basis of alumni satisfaction and not employee satisfaction and not any other satisfaction. So if you are asking questions which are pertaining to alumni satisfaction, there we can say that my scale is a valid scale. तो स्केल के बारे में क्या बातें होती हैं? स्केल, पहले तो स्केल होता किस चीज का नाम है? स्केल आपका कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट के जो मेजरमेंट आइडियोलॉजीज हैं, कितने उसमें डायमेंशंस हैं, उसके बाद कितने क्वेश्चंस हैं, उन सबको अगर हम इकट्ठा करते हैं तो हम कह देते हैं उसको स्केल। construct को measure करने के लिए we have scales. Scales will tell you how many dimensions and in every dimension how many questions. What is the requirement of a scale? The scale has to be valid and the scale has to be reliable. Why I say reliable? That every time I use the scale, the same with the same person, the same measurement should come up. तो अगर ये stylus का length 12 इंचेस है, तो अगर मैं कल इसको मेजर करूं अपने स्केल से तो भी 12 रहना चाहिए, परसों करूं तो भी 12 रहना चाहिए, 10 दिन बाद करूं तो भी 12 रहना चाहिए, 50 दिन बाद करूं तो भी 12 रहना चाहिए। क्या मतलब है? मेजरमेंट कंसिस्टेंसी मेंटेन होनी चाहिए, तभी हम कहेंगे कि हमारा स्केल जो है वो रिलायबल है। आई कैन रिलाई ऑन द स्केल, आई कैन से दैट विद दिस फुट रूलर आई कैन मेजर अप टू 12 इंचेस ऑफ लेंथ। आर यू देयर विद मी? So what is validity? The right question to be asked for the purpose of what in terms of the construct, and reliability is the internal consistency of measurement. So every scale you will talk about having a reliability and a validity. Now when we were talking about, let's come back to our questionnaire. So questionnaire mein what were we talking about? We were talking about the demographics. We were talking about scale 1, that is ASAT. We were talking about scale 2, that is ACB, and we were talking about scale C, that was AGB. Are you there with me, everyone? Are you there with me?
Yes.
Okay. So within a scale, which is bigger, a questionnaire or a scale? Questionnaire है कि scale है बड़ा?
A scale.
Scale?
Scale तो part है ना questionnaire का?
No.
Umbrella क्या है?
Questionnaire.
इस केस में बिगर अम्ब्रेला क्या है? क्वेश्चनेयर के अंतर्गत 3 स्केल्स हैं. तो क्वेश्चनेयर इज द सम टोटल ऑफ ऑल द स्केल्स दैट आर देयर इन योर मॉडल. So my model is trying to test the relationship. These 3 relationships are being tested in my model, where this is IDV, this is a mediator, and this is a dependent variable. And when I am testing this case, I am testing this model, I have to develop a questionnaire because I have to conduct a survey. My questionnaire should have a scale for ASAT, for ACB, and for AGB, plus some demographic questions. Are you there? Is everybody there with me?
Yes.
Now let's go back to our PPT. So what is a scale? A scale refers to a collection of items intended to measure the same construct. So ACB construct के लिए एक scale है, AGB construct के लिए एक scale है, and ASAT construct के लिए एक scale है. Scale refers to a collection of items intended to measure the same construct in the same response and the same format. Now let's go further. Apart from scales, there are many other terms that you will come across in case of survey research. Survey research is basically your empirical research, which is primary in nature. So why do we call it a primary research? Because we would like to take we would like to take one-to-one responses from the respondent, and hence we call the survey research as a primary research. Since we do it across areas, across people, across genders, across levels or positions, across different cities, across different qualification levels, across different psychographic levels, we say we are doing a cross-sectional research. बहुत सारे सेक्शंस हैं, एज का एक सेक्शन है, जेंडर का एक सेक्शन है, और एरिया जिसको रिस्पोंडेंट बिलोंग करते हैं वो एक सेक्शन है. सारे सेक्शंस को इकट्ठा लेके वी आर डूइंग अ क्रॉस सेक्शनल रिसर्च. So right now, whenever we are doing an empirical research, we come to terms with terms like cross-sectional research, and then within cross-sectional research, we say we are going to conduct a survey. When I say a survey will need a questionnaire, and when I say a questionnaire, every questionnaire is based out of a model. And what is our model? Our model will have some IDVs, some mediators, some DVs, and we need to get one scale each of the IDVs, DVs, or mediator. Once I have a scale of the IDV1, IDV2, and the DV, I can put them together along with demographics and call my questionnaire as ready. Now, apart from questionnaire, there are certain other instruments for primary research, and one of them is called as inventory. Inventory is that type of questionnaire जहाँ पे ना आप बहुत broad traits को study करते हो. For example, for personality testing, we have an MBTI, Myers and Briggs type inventory. Why is it called inventory? Because it is not focused in one area. It is not focused on one typology. You are studying the extroversion, introversion. You are studying the sensing and intuition of a person. You are studying how a person takes decision, whether he's thinking or feeling. You're also studying how a person is organized or disorganized. So these are absolutely different range of traits that you want to study. So these are called as inventories. कुछ inventories standardized हैं और psychology में inventories बहुत होती हैं, because जब आपको human behavior study करना होता है तो आपको multiple traits study करने होते हैं. That is the reason we say that you use inventories to study human behavior. Then we come to the term scales. I told you scale is a very specific term used for measuring a particular construct and its dimension. So we are talking about one construct and its dimensions and its questions, which are comprising of my scale. In our model that we were talking about, we had alumni satisfaction, we had alumni citizenship behavior, and we had alumni giving behavior. So we had three scales which we needed to include, and include where? In our questionnaire. In our questionnaire is called as a flexible tool. Why? Because I may have used alumni satisfaction, citizenship behavior, and alumni giving behavior. Somebody might like to use alumni loyalty, citizenship behavior, and giving behavior. So this questionnaire will change because the construct will change. So a person is doing research on satisfaction, alumni citizenship behavior, and alumni giving behavior. That is one questionnaire. He will have a one questionnaire which will have three scales: satisfaction, alumni satisfaction scale, alumni citizenship behavior scale, and alumni giving behavior scale. Another person B wants to do a research on alumni giving behavior only, but he wants to change the IDB from satisfaction to loyalty. So he says, I will be studying alumni loyalty behavior, I will be studying alumni citizenship behavior and its impact on alumni citizenship behavior, on giving behavior. That will be a different questionnaire. Since we can change the questionnaires on the basis of our model and study, it is called as a flexible tool. And third is called as a battery. What is a battery? It is a combination of different measurement tools taken together. So it is usually used in medical terms, where you would go, for example, a full body checkup. So full body checkup, you would use multiple instruments. So there is a galvanometer, which is checking your pulse rates, etc. Then there is a pulsometer. Then there is the thermometer, which is checking your temperature. Then there is a weighing machine that is checking your weight. Then there is your BP instrument, which is checking your BP. So all these tools put together, they become a battery. So there are terms like inventories, there are terms like scales, there are terms like questionnaire, and there are terms like batteries. So going beyond, when we are talking about now, for our primary research, we are not taking into cognizance the inventories and the batteries and the other things. What we will be talking about is scale and questionnaire. So can anybody sum up? What is a scale? A scale is going to be a measuring instrument for a particular construct and its dimensions measured through few questions. Questionnaire may have multiple scales depending on what is your model. Is this statement true or false? Is this statement true that I just said? So questionnaire will encapsulate many scales. Questionnaire will be a bigger umbrella, and under questionnaire we will have many scales. True.
Yes.
True. So are you there with me till here? So we have done the difference between scale and questionnaire. We have understood what is an IDV, DV, and a mediator. We have understood what is a model. We have understood the concept, construct, and dimensions and items. We have understood the meaning of observed variables and latent variables. And we would like to take a lunch break here and come back to going on different more type of scales and measurement instruments that we can continue with before you finalize your model or your research project or your research thesis. So we'd like to take a break. I would request you all to be back by what time, ma'am? 2:30? 2:30. 1:30 to 2:30. Let's have a break. 2:30 we will come back, and then I'm going to teach till the time 4 o'clock or something. We will take a stretch, right? So is that okay with everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. So I'm stopping sharing, and you all can just go in for your break. So I'm leaving now.
देर का ब्रेक है, 1 घंटे का ब्रेक है। बंद कर दो स्ट्रीमिंग के, स्ट्रीमिंग बंद ना कर दे। 1 घंटे का ब्रेक।
ये तो 6 बजे कुछ मत बोल।
Was founded by Krishna Shantiwala. Was a freedom fighter and a close associate of Mahatma Gandhi. Rich Krishnji was born in the year 1900 in a highly regarded Chandiwala family who were silver traders in Chandni Chowk in Delhi. He was educated at Queen's Hindu College, Delhi, where he happened to meet up for the first time in 1918. His meeting with Babu greatly influenced Rich Krishnji, and he became his ardent follower and close associate. Rich Krishnji looked to legal needs and to wearing khadi under Gandhiji's influence. He would not use any mattress but would sleep on rugs. He used to spin khadi on spinning wheel and to wear clothes made from that yarn. Prolific writer, but he was frugal with the usage of paper and would make sure to use it till its last bit. While in Delhi, Gandhiji used to often stay at Shantiwala's Beni at Patna, Himal Rai. He was also there in 1922, where he observed his 21-day long fast with communal Harman. During the 1930s, Rich Krishnji helped organize the Stonebreakers of Delhi into a union, took up cases of violation of their rights with the Delhi administrators, and in courts of law to ensure better compliance of government regulations regarding their work and to get compensation for them. Though he was asked by Babu not to participate in Salt March in 1930, but he quit eating sugar and salt after that and did not do so for more than 50 years until mandated by his doctor. Rich Krishnji was with Gandhiji on the day of his assassination and it was he who prepared Gandhiji's body for cremation. Rich Krishnji's devotion to Bapu had no bounds. He authored a three-volume Gandhiji in Delhi diary, which chronicles Gandhi's day in Delhi. The other notable book that he authored in Hindi was titled Bapu ke Charnon mein, which was later translated into English as At the Feet of Bapu. He was affectionately called
associates. Taking the responsibility of providing human service and education, post-independence, Rich Mission G founded Sri Banarsidas Chandiwala Seva Smarak Trust Society in 1952 in the memory of his father, late Sri Banarsidas Chandiwala. Post-independence, human education was a big challenge and of utmost significance, and Sri Brij Krishanji addressed this issue by setting up Janki Devi Memorial College in the memory of his mother, Srimati Janki Devi Ji. It was started in barracks at Rouse Avenue and was inaugurated by Mrs. Indira Gandhi in 1959. The foundation stone for the present building was laid at an off-road campus site in central Delhi at Sir Dagaram Hospital Hall to cater the central and West Delhi population by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru in 1960. This followed by laying of the foundation stones for the residential quarters by the fourth President of India, Sri V.V. Giri. Janki Devi Memorial College is one of the prominent seats of women education in Delhi and is an autonomous institution affiliated to Delhi University. The other educational institutes for girls run by the Trust, Janki Devi Vocational Center, that equips the girls with vocational skills and paves the way towards their economic independence. Rich Krishanji was honored with Padma Shri in 1963 for his devotion and contributions to the field of social services. Sri Banarsidas Chandiwala Seva Smarak Trust Society runs 4 professional colleges affiliated to Gobind Singh Indraprastha University. Banarsidas Chandiwala Institute of Physiotherapy is approved by Delhi Council of Physiotherapy and Occupational Therapy, Government of NCT Delhi, and is categorized as Grade A+ by SFRC. Banarsidas Chandiwala Institute of Information Technology and Banarsidas Chandiwala Institute of Professional Studies are AICTE approved institutes also and categorized as Grade A+ and Grade A by SFRC respectively. Banarsidas Chandiwala Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Technology. It is an AICTE approved and accredited institute and also categorized as Grade A+ by SFRC. Furthering the other mission, Health Trust Society is running multi-speciality hospitals, dispensaries, and healthcare centers and offering varied services. Banarsidas Chandiwala Institute of Medical Sciences and Eye Hospital at Kalkaji, New Delhi. Banarsidas Chandiwala Eye and Dental Care Center, Jama Masjid. And Banarsidas Chandiwala Eye Hospital in Motihari, Bihar. Banarsidas Chandiwala Seva Smarak Trust Society. Banarsidas Chandiwala Seva Smarak Trust Society was founded by Rich Krishan Chandiwala, was a freedom fighter and a close associate of Mahatma Gandhi. Rich Krishanji was born in the year 1900 in a highly regarded Chandiwala family who were silver traders in Chandijhar in Delhi. He was educated at St. John's College. Then, when he happened to meet Bob for the first time in 1980, his meeting with Bob deeply influenced his vision and he became his ardent follower and a close associate.
Rich Krishnaji took to bigger meals and to wearing khadi under Gandhiji's influence. He would not use any mattress to sleep on rugs. He used to spin khadi on spinning wheel and would wear clothes made from that yarn only. A prolific writer, but he was frugal with the usage of paper and would make sure to use it till its last bit. While in Delhi, Gandhiji used to often stay at Chandiwala's bakery at Chhatra Khishal Rai. He was also there in 1924 when he observed his 21-day long fast with Al During the 1930s, Rich Krishanji helped organize the stonebreakers of Delhi into a union, took up cases of violation of their rights with the Delhi administrators, and in courts of law to ensure better compliance of government regulations regarding their work and to get compensation for their participated in Salt March in 1930, but he quit eating sugar and salt after that and did not do so for more than 50 years until mandated by his doctor. Rich Kishanji was with Gandhiji on the day of his assassination, and it was he who prepared Gandhiji's body for cremation. Rich Krishanji's devotion for Bapu had no bounds. He authored a 3-volume Gandhiji in Delhi diary, which chronicles Gandhi's stay in Delhi. The other notable book that he authored in Hindi book titled Bapu ke Chatron mein, which was later translated into English as At the Feet of Bapu. He was affectionately called as by his associates. Taking the responsibility of providing human service in education post-independence, Rich Krishanji founded Sri Banarsidas Chandiwala Seva Smarak Trust Society in 1952 in the memory of his father, late Sri Banarsidas Chandiwala. Post-independence, women education was a big challenge and of utmost significance, and Shri Krishanji addressed this issue by setting up Janki Devi Memorial College in the memory of his mother, Srimati Janki Devi Ji. It was started in barracks in Rouse Avenue and was inaugurated by Mrs. Indira Gandhi in 1959. The foundation stone for the present building was laid at an off-campus site in central Delhi at Sir Gangaram Hospital now to cater to central and west Delhi population by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru in 1960. This followed by laying of the foundation stone for the residential quarters by the fourth President of India, Sri V.V. Giri. Janki Devi Memorial College is one of the prominent seats of women education in Delhi and is an autonomous institution affiliated to Delhi University. The other educational institute for girls run by the Trust, Janki Devi Vocational Center, that equips the girls with vocational skills and paves the way towards their economic independence. Rich Krishanji was honored with Padma Shri in 1963 for his devotion and contributions in the field of social services. Sri Banarsidas Chandiwala Seva Smarak Trust Society runs 4 professional colleges affiliated to Govind Singh Indraprastha University. Banarsidas Chandiwala Institute of Physiotherapy is approved by Delhi Council of Physiotherapy and Occupational Therapy, Government of NCT Delhi, and is categorized as Grade A+ by SNRC. Narsidas Chandiwala Institute of Information Technology and Narsidas Chandiwala Institute of Professional Studies, Vadra, are both AICTE approved institutes also and categorized as grade A plus and grade A by SFRC respectively. The Narsidas Chandiwala Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Technology. It is an AICTE approved and accredited institute and also categorized as grade A plus by SFRC. Furthering the other mission, Health Trust Society is running multi-specialty hospitals, dispensaries, and healthcare centers and offering varied services through Banarsidas Chandiwala Institute of Medical Sciences and Eye Hospital at Kalkaji, New Delhi. Banarsidas Chandiwala Eye and Dental Care Center, Jama Masjid. And Banarsidas Chandiwala Eye Hospital in Motihari, Bihar. Banarsidas Chandiwala Seva Smarak Trust Society. The Banarsidas Chandiwala Seva Smarak Trust Society was founded by Sri Krishna Chandiwala, who was a freedom fighter and a close associate of Mahatma Gandhi. Rich Krishanji was born in the year 1920 in a highly regarded Chandiwala family who were silver traders in Chandijog in Delhi. He was educated at St. Stephen's College, Delhi, where he happened to meet up for the first time in 1980. His meeting with Buck deeply influenced Rich Krishanji, and he became his ardent follower and close associate. Rich Krishanji took to weaker beings and to wearing khadi under Gandhiji's influence. He would not use any mattress, but would sleep on rugs. He used to spin khadi on spinning wheel and would wear clothes made from that yarn only. Prolific writer, but he was frugal with the usage of paper and would make sure to use it till its last bit. While in Delhi, Gandhiji used to often stay at Chandiwala's Veni at Katra Vishal Rai. He was also there in 1924, where he observed his 21-day long fast in popular Parliament. During the 1930s, Rich Krishanji helped organize the stonemakers of Delhi into a union, took up cases of violation of their rights with the Delhi administrators and in courts of law to ensure better compliance of government regulations regarding their work and to get compensation for them. Though he was asked by Gandhi not to participate in Salt March in 1930, but he quit eating sugar and salt after that and did not do so for more than 50 years until mandated by his doctor. Rich Krishanji was the controversy on the day of his assassination, and it was he who prepared Gandhiji's body for cremation. Rich Krishanji's devotion for Bapu had no bounds. He authored a 3-volume Gandhiji in Delhi diary, which chronicles Gandhi's day in Delhi. The other table that he authored in Hindi titled Bapu Ke Charnoy, which was later translated into English as the Neeto Bapu. He was affectionately called as Baiji by his associates. Taking the responsibility of providing human service in education, post-independence, Rich Krishanji founded
Shri Banastas Chandiwala Seva Smarak Trust Society in 1952 in the memory of his father, late Shri Banastas Chandiwala, whose independence education was a big challenge and of utmost significance. And Shri Amrish Krishanji addressed this issue by setting up Janki Devi Memorial College in the memory of his mother, Srimati Janki Devi ji. It was started in barracks in Rouse Avenue and was inaugurated by Mrs. Indira Gandhi in 1959. The foundation stone for the present building was laid at an off-road campus site in central Delhi at Sir Gangaram Hospital North, to cater central and West Delhi population by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru in 1960. This followed by laying of the foundation stone for the residential quarters by the fourth President of India, Shri V.V. Giri. Janki Devi Memorial College is one of the prominent seats of women education in Delhi and is an autonomous institution affiliated to Delhi University. The other educational institute for girls run by the trust, Janki Devi Vocational Center, that equips the girls with vocational skills and paves the way towards their economic independence. Krishanji was honored with Padma Shri in 1963 for his devotion and contributions in the field of social services. Banastas Chandiwala Seva Smarak Trust Society runs 4 professional colleges affiliated to Gobind Singh International University. Banastas Chandiwala Institute of Physiotherapy is approved by Delhi Council of Physiotherapy and Occupational Therapy, Government of NCT Delhi, and is categorized as Grade A+ by SFRC. Banastas Chandiwala Institute of Information Technology and Banastas Chandiwala Institute of Professional Studies, Wadgaon, are AICTE approved institutes also and categorized as Grade A+ and Grade A by SFRC respectively. Banastas Chandiwala Institute of Hotel Management and Technology. It is an AICTE and NAAC accredited institute and also categorized as Grade A+ by SFRC. Furthering the other mission, Health Trust Society is running multi-specialty hospitals, dispensaries, and healthcare centers and offering varied services through Banastas Chandiwala Institute of Medical Sciences and Eye Hospital at Kalkaji, New Delhi. Banastas Chandiwala Eye and Dental Care Center, Jama Masjid. And Banastas Chandiwala Eye Hospital in Motihari, Bihar. Banastas Chandiwala Seva Smarak Trust Society. Banastas Seva Smarak Trust Society was founded by Shri Krishan Chandiwala, was a freedom fighter and a close associate of Mahatma Gandhi. Amrish Krishanji was born in the year 1900 in a highly regarded Chandiwala family who were silver traders in Chandni Chowk in Delhi. He was educated at St. Stephen's College. Then, when he happened to meet her for the first time in 1980, his meeting with her deeply influenced Krishanji and he became his ardent follower and a close associate. Krishanji took to eager meals and to wearing saris under Gandhiji's influence. He would not take any methods or sleep on drugs. He used to spend khadi on spinning wheel and would wear clothes made from that yarn only. Bollywood writer, but He was frugal with the usage of paper and would make sure to use it till its last bit. While in Delhi, Gandhiji used to often stay at Chandiwala's Haveli at Katna Kushmal Rai. He was also there in 1924, where he observed his 21-day long fast for the communal harvest. During the 1930s, Rich Missionary helped organize the stonebreakers of Delhi into a union, took up cases of violation of their rights with the Delhi administrators, and in courts of law to ensure better compliance of permit regulations regarding their work and to get compensation for them. Though he was asked by Bapu not to participate in Salt March in 1930, but he quit eating sugar and salt after that and did not do so for more than 50 years until mandated by his doctors. Rich Kishanji was with Gandhiji on the day of his assassination, and it was he who prepared Gandhiji's body for cremation. Rich Kishanji's devotion to Bapu had no bounds. He authored a three-volume Gandhiji Daily Diary, which chronicles Gandhi's days in Delhi. The other civil that he authored in Hindi writer Bapu Ke Charnavi, which was later translated into English as At the Feet of Bapu. He was affectionately called as Idol by his associates. Taking the responsibility of providing human service in education post-independence, Rich Kishanji founded Sri Banarsidas Chandiwala Seva Smarak Trust Society in 1950 in the memory of his father, late Sri Banarsidas Chandiwala. Post-independence, women's education was a big challenge and of utmost significance, and Rich Krishanji addressed this issue by setting up Janki Devi Memorial College in the memory of his mother, Srimati Janki Devi Ji. It was started in barracks in Rouse Avenue and was inaugurated by Mrs. Indira Gandhi in 1959. The foundation stone for the present building was laid at an off-on campus site in central Delhi at Sir Gangaram Hospital Park to cater central and west Delhi population by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru in 1960. This followed by laying of the foundation stone for the residential quarters by the fourth President of India, Sri V.V. Giri. Janki Devi Memorial College is one of the prominent seats of women education in Delhi and is an autonomous institution affiliated to Delhi University. The other educational institute for girls run by the trust, the Janki Devi Educational Center, that equips the girls with vocational skills and paves the way towards their economic independence. Krishnachandji was honored with Padma Shri in 1963 for his devotion and contribution to the field of social services. Sri Banarsidas Chandiwala Seva Smarak Trust Society runs four professional colleges affiliated to Gobind Singh Indraprasth University. Banarsidas Chandiwala Institute of Physiotherapy is approved by Delhi Council of Physiotherapy and Occupation.
question, previous question. नहीं मैं फिर बाद में भेज दूंगा ना, फिर मिलेंगे तो मैंने आपको ब्लॉक करा बट
खत्म करवाऊंगा 3 बजे। इतना लॉस में कैसे चला गया मैं। वैसे भी पेपर पे पैसा मेरा खराब नहीं होगा। पेपर को ही
Hi, welcome back. Am I audible?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Do we need to wait for a few more people or can I start? Do we need to wait for a few more people, 5 more minutes, or can I start?
Ma'am, I think we can wait for 5 minutes. Then after we will start. Let Swarnika ma'am float the message that session has been restarted.
Right. No problem. So I guess I'll start.
Yes, ma'am.
So just a quick recap. We talked about
Ma'am, guess your mic is off.
sorry, thank you. Thanks a ton. Yeah, Shivalini. Yeah. So we talked about what are the IDVs, what is the DV, what is a model, and what are our mediators. I forgot to tell you about a moderator, so we will also talk about a moderator here. And then we talked about what is a construct, what is a concept, and how a construct may have sub-dimensions or sub-constructs as they are called, and every dimension would have some questions or items or observed variables as they are called to measure. So we were basically talking about a components of a question, demographics, then included if our model has BC constructs, then it would incorporate A category scale, B scale, and C scale, and that is what would make our questionnaire complete. So in holistically, if I have to speak, then questionnaire is a bigger umbrella. Within questionnaire, you may have many scales. We also talked about scales. Scale per se is a measuring instrument, just as you would have a foot ruler. Similarly, when I want to measure a construct in terms of certain dimensions or which are further measured in terms of some items. Items here are questions. So we would call it a scale. Every scale is supposed to be having its reliability and validity. What is validity? If we are asking the right questions so that our questions are measuring what they purport to measure or whatever is the purpose of measuring. So if I'm measuring alumni satisfaction, then my question should be pertaining to alumni satisfaction rather than employee satisfaction or customer satisfaction or the like. And the second thing that we talked about is over a period of time or probably would measure scale will have some limitations and some dimensions on the basis of which the consistency of measurement in terms of whether the questions are good enough, are related enough to measure the concept or the construct under consideration is being measured through internal consistency. There are different measures of internal consistency. We'll come to those measures later, but yes, a scale is supposed to be, we need to, as researchers, report two things, the reliability and the validity of a scale. So when we talked about the reliability and the validity of a scale, we also talked about our model. We said the model is basically having three constructs. This is construct 1, this is construct 2, this is construct 3. So the questionnaire will have 3 scales, scale 1, scale 2 and scale 3, apart from demographics. Now in this particular model, we said this is the IDV, this is the mediator and this is the DV. Now ACB or citizenship behavior here is acting as a mediator because there is a indirect effect. This effect, I call this effect as A and this effect as B and this effect as C. So here we are talking about a direct effect which is in terms of C, and there is also ASAT reaches AGB through two relationships. One is the relationship given by the correlation A and the other is B. That means indirect effect also has to be measured if I have to talk about ASAT through ACB to AGB. So indirect effect is nothing but A into B. So these are the two things that we need to know when we are talking about a mediator. A mediator is a construct in between the IDV1 and the DV. So apart from IDV, apart from DV, apart from mediator, there is another term that we commonly use in case of our models, and that is called as a moderator. A moderator is nothing but a catalyst. You understand what is a catalyst? So for any chemical reaction to happen, when you put up certain conditions on the basis of perceptions, there is where we say that every relationship can alter a little depending on we are talking about the male counterpart of the population or the female counterpart of the population. What we are saying right here is that if I were to decide what is the relationship of ASAT to AGB, and is given by this line. This line here is giving me the direct effect or the relationship between ASAT to AGB. Then in that case, can this relationship vary, or will this relationship vary on the basis of gender? Now when gender tends to, when we apply gender and see male or females, does this relationship have a in the two categories, does it vary? What is the impact? What is the effect? Then this particular variable is called as a moderator. The very important difference between a mediator and the moderator is that the moderator is always on the relationship. The mediator may be on the relationship. Whereas when we are talking about mediator, it is a part of the model such that an indirect effect of the IDV to the DV can be studied through a mediator. So we have talked about a mediator, a moderator, we have talked about a DV, and we have talked about the IDV. Apart from these, there is a called as control variable. Now control variable is sometimes when you study research that giving behavior of alumni may be very distinct in terms of whether it is US alumni or Indian alumni. That means in US, people are greatly into financial giving. So they would sponsor a candidate, they would give back to the alma mater in terms of set up a lab, or set up a food court, or set up a, let's say, basketball court or something like that. So their tendencies are to give financially back to the alma mater. Whereas, so the entire model works differently in the US scenario, US culture, and the same very differently when you are talking about India. Why? Because the citizen alumni citizenship behavior or the India is a more to do with a holistic culture, more a family-oriented culture, communist kind of a culture, whereas US is an individualistic culture. So there people would contribute own as an individual to promote a particular student. Whereas here people would do certain things for charitable purposes. They may do it certain things for group purposes, for their family name purposes. So the entire model ASAT to ACB to AGB varies when it comes to. So if I were to talk about culture here, if I control this entire model on the basis of culture and find out whether there is a difference in R square or not. What is R square? R square is multiple coefficient of determination. That means what is the variance attributed by these two in determining AG, right? So if I put up the control variable, that means if I control my culture, if I do this study in US culture, then how will R square move for, and if I do the same study in the Indian culture, how will move for AGB. So that means culture can be a, where we are studying culture in terms of Indian culture and again the US culture or the American culture. So here we are talking about a categorical variable, which is also the control variable. Now, where does this control variable come from? This control variable from literature. So will tell you that yes, alumni giving behavior is different in the Western countries, and it is particularly different in case of the Eastern countries, subcontinent, or even the Japanese countries, Japan as a country. Then there may be sometimes you may find that alumni giving behavior is also controlled by other factors like economics of that nation, or it may be controlled by say if you were to study the technology of say US versus Indian students, then the infrastructure may become a control variable, or the availability of infrastructure, or the technology assistant culture may become a control variable. So in US, probably the technology assistance that the culture provides of infrastructure, whereas here it may be very low. So there we can say that the entire model will work a little differently, and so this acts like a control variable. So when you're talking about your models, you also need to talk about your control variables. Another variable that people keep talking about, very importantly, is called as a marker variable. So if I were to, just give me a second. If I were to talk about my same model and talk in terms of say ASAT, ACB and AGB, and see whether or not there is some error in this model or not. Now, what happens is, has anybody heard the word common method bias? Have you heard, any of the researchers? Has anybody heard the term CMB? Have you heard the term of CMB? Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
So can anybody tell me what is the meaning of CMB? जो आपको समझ आए वो बता दीजिए.
Ma'am, it is a kind of biasness which results in our data collection, like while taking any questionnaire, while filling any questionnaire, I'm already making a respondent some biasness towards respondent, or respondent had any kind of biasness regarding that. Something like that. If they have already defined that this is going, that's going to happen, or any kind of what we say prejudice they had, and while answering they are following that prejudice, then it may cause error, and that error leads to different result where instead of the original result which we wanted to get.
Very good. So what we are trying to say here is, if I had to just explain this in simple terms, what we are talking about is मैं थोड़ी देर बाद क्लास के बाद. So if we were to talk about this any model that we are studying, so there are two things that are happening in the model. Now we all know about the IDV and we all know about the DV, right? I have taken two IDVs only to determine AGB. So my R square suppose is 60%. 60% का क्या मतलब है? The impact of these two ASAT and AC are able to contribute 60% of the variance in determining AGB. That means some bit of AGB still yet to be is still that means 40 still left. Are you there? Now 40% may be because of one. There are many other variables that I have not taken. For instance, may be impacted by many other variables. I just took two. So there is definitely there are residuals which are causing the, and then on the basis of this is the residuals that are there which are causing the problem, because I have not taken all the IDVs, right? So for social sciences, we usually say that even if you are able to have a R square of 60 is perfectly fine. But even with R square of 60%, there is quite a possibility that the respondent has not answered the questions properly. How many of you have got data collected where you've seen respondents marking 5, 5, 5, 5, 5? Have you? All the respondents keep marking 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. What is the big deal? They have not even read the question, and so it is not determining anything. Then sometimes there is a mistake and is not able to ask the right kind of questions. For example, if you were to take a faculty feedback of conference workshop, so the questions can be asked in three ways. Was the resource person effective? Was the resource person having a complete knowledge base? Was the resource person able to solve? Depending on what you are trying to study, every question will be dealt in a different manner. For example, if you're talking about effectiveness of a resource person and you are trying to ask a question was whether he answered queries or not, then just asking the questions on the basis of the queries is not sufficient. It's not a sufficient question to know whether the effectiveness of the resource person was not there or not. So you have to ask many more questions. That means sometimes the researcher himself may not be asking the right kind of questions or the requisite type of questions, the right kind of questions, and and the third error may be because of the instrument itself. Instrumental error तब होता है जब आपने सारा ही अपना, so ASAT, ACB and AD you have put on a Likert scale. Now what is happening is every 5, strongly disagree to strongly agree. And what has the respondent, what is now they're not even reading the question, everybody is marking 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, and there is a bias. A bias is nothing but an error. So an error may be due to the residuals. There are residuals which are there because you have not taken an independent variable, and then there are errors. Residuals are different, errors are different. Residuals are because of missing out of an independent variable, and errors are because either the respondent hasn't asked properly, he's not read the question properly, or the researcher is not equipped enough to ask the right questions, so the recording or the perception has not been recorded properly. And the third is the instrument itself is, so there you may have many errors, and in fact whatever we do in life, it is bound to have some. And the entire research is to minimize error. So whenever we are quoting or when we are writing a research paper, people will ask us whether your research has bias or not. Common method bias is just trying to find out whether there are the respondent or the researcher or the instrument based errors or not. In order to do away with common method bias, there are many type of techniques. I will tell you smaller techniques which you can apply very easily. So in order to handle the instrument bias or the bias that is generated because of the questionnaire, it is advisable to use scales for different measurements. Different scales should be used. Now, different scales. अब रिसर्च में क्या है, लोगों के पास के लिए शब्द बड़े कम है, तो स्ट्रक्ट लेवल पे जो हम मेजरमेंट इंस्ट्रूमेंट बना रहे हैं उसको दिया, और आइटम लेवल पे जो हम मेजरिंग यूनिट दे रहे हैं उसको भी स्केल कह दिया. तो टू मेक थिंग्स सिंपलर, let me say that scaling is happening at the item level also, and scaling is happening at the construct level also. construct level scale को तो कह देते हैं standardized instrument और a standardized example सर्व कॉल का स्केल है, ठीक है, या फिर टर्नओवर इंटेंशन का स्केल है, या फिर स्पिरिचुअलिटी का स्केल है, एशमोडिशॉ का स्पिरिचुअलिटी का स्केल है, या फिर कमिटमेंट को मेजर करने का एलन का स्केल है, that measures commitment with it, या फिर we have scale, these scales ये क्या मेजर कर रहा है, ये सर्विस क्वालिटी मेजर कर रहा है, ये इंटेंशन में स्पिरिचुअलिटी मेजर कर रहा है, ये कमिटमेंट मेजर कर रहा है, सारे कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट को मेजर कर रहे हैं. क्यों? इसमें वो सारे क्वेश्चंस हैं जो कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट को डिफाइन करते हैं और जो डायमेंशंस को डिफाइन करते हैं, राइट. तो दिस इज कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट लेवल स्केल्स. एक स्केल आइटम लेवल पे भी चल रहा है. क्या मतलब है कि मैंने एक क्वेश्चन पूछा, इज योर रिसोर्स पर्सन, इज द रिसोर्स पर्सन इफेक्टिव. अब इस क्वेश्चन को मैं यस नो में पूछ सकती हूँ, मैं पूछ सकती हूँ agree to strongly agree, where this is 1 and this is 5. I can also say ineffective 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and effective. So this is called as a dichotomous scale, it's called as a Likert scale, and called as a semantic differential scale. इसका मतलब क्या है कि आइटम को मेजर करने के लिए, एक क्वेश्चन को मेजर करने के लिए, क्वेश्चन 1 को मेजर करने के लिए जो मैंने इसके साथ एक स्केल लगाया, जो मैंने इसको मेजर करने के लिए स्ट्रांगली डिसएग्री टू स्ट्रांगली अग्री का स्केल लगाया, ये लाइकर्ट स्केल जो मैंने लगाया, ये आइटम लेवल पे लग रहा है और इसीलिए इसको भी स्केल कहा गया है. व्हाई? बिकॉज दिस इज आल्सो मेजरिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट. सो नाउ लेट्स टॉक अबाउट आइटम लेवल स्केलिंग. आइटम लेवल पे लेट्स कम अप टू द आइटम लेवल. अभी तक हम कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट पे थे, हमने बोला कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट अपने आप में एक स्केल है, मेजरिंग वो सारे क्वेश्चंस जो एजीबी को मेजर करते हैं, उसको मेजर करते हैं, उनको इकट्ठा करेंगे कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट लेवल स्केल. सो इट इज एन एजीबी स्केल, राइट. सिमिलरली एसैट स्केल और एसीबी स्केल, ये हमने बोला. अब हमने क्वेश्चन लेवल पे आ गया, आइटम लेवल पे आ गया. आइटम लेवल पे जो हमने मेजरिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट, उसको भी रिसर्च में स्केलिंग कहा जाता है. So let's come up to the scaling techniques in research. So the measurement that we talk about is a nominal scale. Nominal scale is namesake. For example, आपने क्वेश्चन पूछा क्वेश्चनियर में, what is your gender, male, female, 1, 2 category. So that's just for the namesake. आप सिर्फ categorical inference draw कर सकते हैं. ये जिन्होंने 1 दिया वो कैटेगरी 1 में है, जिन्होंने 2 दिया वो कैटेगरी 2 में. या फिर आपने पूछा कि इनकम ब्रैकेट, सो लेस देन 1 लाख, 1.1 to 2 lakhs, 2.1 to 3 lakhs. So आपने 3 कैटेगरीज बना दी. So that is where you're talking about again a category table which has no calculation cannot be put into it. You can only divide the sample into 2 categories or 3 categories, whatever it is. Usually with demographics, these are called as nominal scale, right? Then there comes an ordinal scale. So whenever we are visiting different sites, internet, you remember they ask you whether you like the experience or not. Even Uber के बाद आता है, when you are how was the relationship, how was your ride, and बड़े सारे smile from the sad to the happiest. So you can give it your giving your preference, and that preference is nothing but an order. So that particular smiley list is an order. What does that order mean? That the leftmost smiley, the left smiley is the sad smiley and the rightmost smiley is the happy smiley. So the happiness of this smiley is slightly more than this. This is slightly more than this. This is slightly more than this. This is slightly more. So they are in an order. So if I were to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1, 3 is greater than 2, 4 is greater than 3, and 5 is greater than 2. So these cannot be, they are non-mathematical in nature. They are basically just showing an order. Then the third kind of scale is called as an interval scale. Now this is the first numerical scale where you're trying to put up from 1 to 5 to and find out the differences between the variables. It also has a 0 with it. So you can do some bit of deviations can be found out. The mathematical operation starts with an interval. And the best out of the lot is called as a ratio. What is a ratio scale? Ratio scale is nothing but any number on the number line. So when I'm saying that my weight is say 50 kgs, so that is on the ratio scale. Why? Because it's just a number on the number line. Anything can be done with that number on the number line. In fact, all our PLS, SEM or softwares that we use for analysis are trying to convert the interval data into the ratio data by saving the latent variable scores. Why? Because उसमें एक number आ जाता है, एक score आ जाता है, जो आपका algorithm ही देता है, जो software होता है वो ही. So you don't have to worry about that. That number becomes very powerful because it's on the ratio scale. Now this is a scale that not only produces the, but also gives you the difference in the interval scale, but can also have the true value of 0. That means all possible calculations, all mathematical operations can be at the ratio scale. So these types of measurement scales. Now let's go about how can you, this was on the basis of what they measure, the nature of measurement. Now we come to how the variations can be produced in measurement. So in order to study the variation measurement, we go up to the type of measuring scale. So I told you the first is called as a dichotomous scale. Dichotomous means 2, 1 or 2. That means 2 options. So is the resource person effective? Yes or no? That's a dichotomous scale. Do you think it is going to rain today? Yes. Semantic differential scale. Now the beauty of semantic differential, semantic by the term itself means by virtue of the word, by virtue of the language. So semantic differential scale में क्या करते हैं अपन? 2 opposites or antonyms ले लेते हैं. For example, bad or good, cruel, kind, unpleasant, unfair, fair, dirty, clean, negative, foolish, wise. What are these? These are opposites. So the left hand side is showing the negative opposite and the right hand side is showing the positive opposite. And in between you have some reference points which the person or the respondent is going to mark. Semantic differential scale can also be say disagree and agree and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that also, because disagree का opposite agree है. So there also you can have the you can map the preferences pretty well, and you can get your bipolar words are used where you can get the preferences. So whenever we are attaching a measurement scale such that to any question, such that we are using bipolar, we are using points where people can give reference, some points in between the 2 bipolar terms. It's semantic differential scale. The third is called as the Likert scale. Now Likert scale, all of us are known to the fact. So strongly agree to strongly disagree. Of course, you have the Likert scale. It's an interval scale. It is also called as the ordinal scale. I'll tell you how Likert scale moves. Now, first, the distance between the response variables. So some of them, they say that it is an ordinal scale. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is an ordinal scale. You are measuring 5 statements, 1, 2, 3, 4, say pertaining to say stock market or money or return. I think stock market, financial investment. So all these 5 statements, if taken individually, are on an ordinal scale. They are only telling you the order, where 2 is greater than 1, 3 is greater than 2, 4 is greater than 5 is greater than 4. However, if I take all the 5 statements and take out an average and save that average in a other variable. For example, if I were to calculate the investment in terms of the value of this question plus this plus this plus this 4, then I will get what is called as an interval scale. So when I'm summating the effect of 4 or 5 statements, scale is pertaining to, or that a particular construct is pertaining to, there at the item level it will be ordinal, at the summation level it will be interval. And the beauty of the matter of Likert scale is when you put it to a software like Smart PLS4 and you calculate the latent variable scores, the same Likert scale becomes ratio in nature. Why? Because it saves a value. The algorithm saves a value, and that value is nothing but a latent score value, which is on the ratio scale. So पहले तो खाली ये confusion थी कि Likert ordinal है कि interval है. खैर अब जब latent variable score save करते हो, तो it can actually work as a ratio scale. Becomes very robust, very powerful. So you can do segmentation, you can apply FIMIX, you can apply CVPAT, you can apply NC analysis and many other high-end analysis when it comes to this particular scale. Then another very important scale that we all should know of is a cumulative scale. Cumulative scale, actually what it does is it tends to bring down, create the sequence of statements in such a manner that the fifth statement or the last statement or the fourth statement, if you have four statements, then the fourth statement is actually engulfing all the top three. For instance, if I ask you a question, a respondent might be asked to state if smoking can cause 1. Undesirable symptoms, 2. Illness. Illness will engulf undesirable symptoms. C. Severe illness. Severe illness will engulf illness and undesirable symptoms. Death will engulf severe illness and undesirable symptoms. So if death, then we are very sure that he also means all the three of the above are also true for such a person. So that is how you draw implication in a cumulative scale. This is also known as a Gutman scale. Going back to the error, we said when you are talking about different types of error, I don't know where did I write about the errors.
Ma'am, I had a question.
Yes, please ask.
Ma'am, like you talk about semantic differentiation scale and Likert scale. I think we can easily convert semantic differential scale on a Likert scale because in both the scenarios we scale from on the opposite things like how do you agree from strongly agree to strongly disagree.
I got your question. Yeah, it is right.
So can we use mathematicals like if we convert nominal like bad can be allocated 0 and good can be allocated 5 or 10 whatever number, then we can we perform mathematicals and can we find out the average rational values as well?
No. When you're talking about a semantic differential, also it has preference points which are 1 to 5, 1 to 7, 1 to 9, whatever. Maximum 1 to 7 it goes. So there are preference points also. So the statement that you said that you can actually convert a Likert scale to semantic differential and semantic to Likert scale holds valid. But dichotomous, no. Dichotomous will have categorical value.
No, I am not talking about dichotomous. I am talking about semantic and Likert only.
So
they can be converted.
Yes, we can convert. Yes, in fact,
and
we
then
need to convert.
And then we can perform the mathematically whatever mathematical operations we want to do.
Yeah, all those operations which are applicable on a Likert scale are applicable on a semantic. I'll tell you how. Now listen, I was that to share with you. What are we doing right now? See, we are talking about okay. Let me just. We are talking about. We were talking about CMB. We were talking about errors. We said we will have respondent errors. We will have researcher errors. And we will have instrument errors. Now, when I'm talking about the instrument errors are when you are using all the constructs or all the items that you have in the questionnaire are being plotted on the Likert scale. अगर सारे ही question, suppose मेरे question है और मैंने 5 क्वेश्चन है से ASAT के और 5 से ACB के मेरे कौन सा था तीसरा वेरिएबल? What was the last variable that we were talking about? AGB, right? अगर मेरे 5 क्वेश्चन है मेरे AGB के, अब ध्यान से सुनिएगा जो मैं बोलने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ. What we are trying to say is, if you put every item on Likert, what will happen is तो respondent ने थोड़ा चलो पढ़ के मार्क कर दिया. वो हो गया, थक गया. There is something which is called as respondent fatigue, which comes up. So now what he starts doing is 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. क्या हुआ? पढ़ा तो है ही नहीं. रिस्पॉन्डेंट है वो तो आपके लिए सही है ही नहीं. तो इस इंस्ट्रूमेंट बायस को कम करने के लिए वी शुड यूज डिफरेंशियल स्केलिंग. डिफरेंशियल स्केलिंग का डिफरेंशियल स्केलिंग है, आप एसैट को ले लो लिकर्ट पे और आप एजीबी को ले लो सिमेंटिक पे. सिमेंटिक पे मैंने लिया क्वेश्चन 1. आर यू सेटिस्फाइड? वर यू डिड यू गेट अ गुड एक्सपीरियंस? डिड यू get a good experience while you were in the institute? While you were institute. ठीक है. Suppose ये question है हमारा for ASAT, alumni satisfaction, alma mater का एक question है ये. Now what I do is I take it on strongly disagree, 1, 2, 3, 4 and strongly agree. Strongly agree. ठीक है. अब ACB का क्वेश्चन, ACB का क्वेश्चन है क्वेश्चन नंबर 6. क्वेश्चन नंबर 6 में मैंने पूछा I have a sense of belonging with my alma mater. Now I have a sense of emotion attached with my alma mater. Not emotional. I am emotionally attached to my alma mater. Let it be this way. I am emotionally attached with my alma mater. So not attached, attached. 2, 3, 4. इसमें कोई फर्क है? इसको मैं ऐसे भी पूछ सकती थी, I am emotionally attached to my alma mater, disagree to strongly agree. ऐसे भी पूछ सकती थी. कोई भी फर्क नहीं. आप समझ रहे हैं? मगर एडवांटेज क्या हुआ? जब मैंने ये वाला क्वेश्चन रिस्पोंडेंट ने मार्क किया तो था स्ट्रांगली डिसएग्री टू स्ट्रांगली एग्री, चलो जी 3 मार्क कर दिया. जब ये वाला क्वेश्चन आया तो स्केल चेंज हो गया. नाउ द रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ द स्केल इज ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ ऑपोजिट्स. सो द रिस्पोंडेंट गेट्स अ चेक, अ माइंड चेक that this is not the same way that the question has to be answered. So he is forced to read the question. He is forced to read the question, and because of this force will get a perfect response. Where query that is there in the researcher's mind is, will the evaluation or the quantitative application, will it all be affected or will it be same? It will all be the same. Why? Because you have asked on the same. Are you there? The recording is being done on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 only. If you realize, the recording is being done on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 only. And understands 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Software does not understand. Does not understand this. Are you there with me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So brought down. ये करने से एडवांटेज क्या हुआ कि जो हमारा रिस्पोंडेंट बायस था और जो इंस्ट्रूमेंट बायस था वो कम आ गया. तो ये एक टेक्निक है कि आप, हाँ वो मिनिमाइज हो गया. तो आप ये वाली टेक्निक यूज करके अपने क्वेश्चनेयर में डिफरेंट कॉन्सेप्ट्स को डिफरेंट स्केल्स पे डाल सकते हो. और उस स्केल पे डालने के अंतर्गत क्या होगा, जब लोग पढ़ेंगे तो वो पढ़ेंगे, जो वो ऐसे ही मार्क कर रहे हैं वो नहीं होगा, एंड यू विल हैव अ गुड डेटा. सो योर रिस्पोंडेंट एरर विल गो डाउन, योर इंस्ट्रूमेंट एरर विल गो डाउन, सो योर टोटल CMB will go down. Your bias will be less. There will be less bias. This was technique. There is another technique that we need to know, and let's come up to the other technique. The other technique that we need to know is a well, which all of you should use. Today you cannot have a publication without this technique, because all reviewers are talking about this technique, and this technique is like super important for us to quote CMB and to bring down the CMB. Now let's understand what Python model, ASAT, ACB and AD. ठीक है, इसमें ठीक है. ASAT, ACB और 8 GB। अब आप ध्यान से सुनिए क्या कर रहे हैं। हमने क्या कहा, हमने कहा आप क्या कीजिए, एक ले लीजिए कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ अ मार्कर वेरिएबल। हैज एनीबॉडी हर्ड व्हाट इज अ मार्कर वेरिएबल? अभी तक हमने इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल सुना, डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल सुना, मीडिएटर सुना, मॉडरेटर सुना, कंट्रोल वेरिएबल सुना। अब एक नई कहानी मैं आपको सुनाने जा रही हूँ व्हिच इज कॉल्ड एज अ मार्कर वेरिएबल। एनीबॉडी हु नोस अबाउट द मार्कर वेरिएबल?
Some of the variables which are benchmarks for that response.
No. What is a marker variable? A marker variable, according to Simmering et al, is a variable which is absolutely disconnected any of the constructs that are there in the model. Are you there? Any of the constructs. So for example, my marker variable can be, do you like to dress up in style? Does this have any bearing on any of the constructs? What is the level of fashion of a person, of an alumni? Will it have any bearing on his satisfaction or citizenship or giving behavior?
No, somehow it may be, but
no, it will not. You tell me, if I am a fashion conscious alumni, will it impact my satisfaction? Or ACV? Or will it impact my ACV?
If we connect it with the dress code, then it may, else it will not.
Okay, forget this. No, dress code तो होता नहीं है खैर MBA में, but फिर भी चलिए आप इसको अगर dress code से connect करते हैं, my preference for color blue. If my question is my preference for color blue, अब बताओ इस क्वेश्चन का होगा कोई कनेक्शन? No. होगा कि नहीं होगा? So I take up a question which is absolutely disconnected or not connected to any of the constructs. My preference for color blue will be marked, will be measured, and this particular variable under the code M will be attached to dependent. Now, ध्यान से सुनिएगा. We run this model. This is the base model. We run the base model and we record the beta values. What are the beta values? ये जो relationship है, beta 1 है. ये जो relationship है, ये beta 2 है. Effect of the relationship. ये जो है, R होता है beta? Yes or no? जिंदगी की सारी कहानी relationship पे है और model की भी relationship पे है. तो ये जो beta values हैं, ये क्या बीटा वैल्यूज आ रही है? एक तो हम बीटा 1, बीटा 2, बीटा 3 की बात कर रहे हैं, इनकी सिग्निफिकेंस की बात कर रहे हैं, और तीसरी बात कर रहे हैं हम आर स्क्वायर की. आर स्क्वायर क्या चीज होता है? आर स्क्वायर इज, सपोज यहाँ पे आर स्क्वायर आया 40%. आर स्क्वायर इज मल्टीपल कोएफिशिएंट ऑफ डिटर्मिनेशन. इट इज द अमाउंट ऑफ वेरिएंस दैट इज by the independent variables in determining the dependent variable, right? Now मैंने रिकॉर्ड किया आर स्क्वायर. अब मैंने क्या किया, अब यहाँ पे फिर से मैंने दूसरी बार मॉडल रन किया PLSM में, और मैंने ये वाला ये दो मॉडल सेम था. अब मैंने एक और मार्कर वेरिएबल इस पे अटैच कर दिया. अब जब आर स्क्वायर कैलकुलेट होगा कि यहाँ पे दो एरोस थी, आर स्क्वायर वाज डिपेंडेंट ऑन दीज टू वेरिएबल, दीज टू कंस्ट्रक्ट्स. नाउ in case B, this was case A, this was case B. In case B, the R square is calculated on the basis of the effect of ASAT, ACB and marker variable. Would you agree? Since there are 3 arrows. Me? Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So suppose my R square is 40.23. ठीक है, 40.23%. Now, what is happening is this R square and this R square. You have to check RA RB square. If the difference between RA square and RB square is more than 10%, then we say there is common method bias. If it is less than 10%, then we say greater than equal to 10%, so common method bias. If less than 10%, no CMB. Are you there? This particular kind of technique is called as marker variable technique to reduce the common method bias.
Except for this marker variable, which I got to know today only, we use contradictory questions to reduce the common method bias. Like if for example I asked a question about satisfaction, okay, how like alma mater question, like how well teachers on a scale of 5 to 10, how satisfied with your course curriculum, or how satisfied with your teacher's way. And we used to design a question which is kind of contradictory to that. Yeah, on a
Not
scale of 1 to
not contradictory, absolutely disconnected.
Yeah, marker is absolutely disconnected, right? You said that if when we ask 15 question from ASET, ACB, and AGV, and if we use a Likert scale, he will start putting 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, because after a time, respondent and to avoid these kind of scenarios, we are using semantic differential scale. We are using marker variable, so that common method biasness can be reduced. Ma'am, in a similar manner, like if in A set I asked a question, are you satisfied with your course curriculum? Okay, and on a scale of 1 to 5, he rated that. Okay. And later on, in between, somewhere after 5 or 10 questions, let's say I asked a question about the course curriculum, but in a different manner. After 5 to 10 questions, I ask, are you dissatisfied uh, to your course curriculum? So these questions are
that's a different thing. That's a reverse coded question where you are trying to, of course, the bias gets reduced with it, the instrument bias reduces, but a reverse coded question is a different thing. Marker variable is absolutely a different thing.
Yeah,
you can
I know.
Reverse coded questions also.
Yeah, reverse coded or contradictory questions. Something
that basically
where
helps
I
you
did
to check the reliability. That helps you to check the reliability. For example, आप मुझसे पूछते हो, are you satisfied with the alma mater? मैंने कहा 4, और उसके बाद my stay at the alma mater was very dissatisfactory, and मैंने उस पे भी कहा 4. तो इसका मतलब मैं बिना पढ़े आंसर कर रही हूँ. Are you there?
Yes, and in that case, we usually remove that response. Remove that response from our analysis and all that. So this is another way of doing common method to reduce the common method biasness.
This is the respondent's bias, ना? Respondent ने बिना पढ़े आंसर किया है, तो आप उसको उस respondent को ही हटा दीजिए. या तो respondent outlier है आपका, उसने पढ़ा ही नहीं, तो आप उसे हटा सकते हैं. But कई बार क्या होता है कि बहुत सारे respondents हैं, कितनों को हटाएंगे? तो marker variable is the latest technique. Latest. All A category and B category papers are using this technique. And unless you use this technique, they will not accept your common method variance key analysis. So that is the reason, since I was introducing all the important terms and important concepts to you, so I introduced marker variable. You can definitely do what you're saying, but that is to reduce to check the outlier, to check the reliability, check the outlier, clean the data. That is for a different purpose altogether. Though it helps in reducing the respondent bias.
Yeah.
Right?
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we were here. So we talked about the different scaling techniques. आपको एक बहुत अच्छी सी वो दिखाती हूँ. Let me show you some papers on marker variables. So let me show you. पहले तो मैं आपको दिखाती हूँ कुछ papers where we are talking about sample Likert scale. तो Likert Likert scale में भी आप variation ला सकते हो. Is my screen visible, guys? Can you see the screen?
It is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Right. So see the number of see the number of Likert questions. Likert में भी हम क्या करते हैं? हम खाली strongly disagree to strongly agree रखते हैं. Look at the amount of Likert type scale questions that have been created by researchers. This is a 2006 का paper and prepared by Clemson University. So level of acceptability, appropriateness, importance, concern, priority levels, levels of problem, frequency, level of participation, effect, knowledge of action, reflection, consideration, frequency of use. Look at the amount of Likert type questions that you can use to reduce the common method bias. So this is one thing that you can do when you're talking about a common method bias. Then another thing that you can talk about in a marker variable. We also talked about a marker variable. This is one paper, which is a seminal paper that you should know. Now, what they have done is they have done a study on marker variables, and I've highlighted the important portion. So see, they have given us a list of certain variables that can be coded as ideal markers. So this is the, I have used fashion consciousness, this variable. I have used fashion consciousness in my studies of different, of my PhDs and my papers that I write. So this is the fashion, why I believe, because fashion consciousness is one variable which is not connected to domain of management, you know. It may be connected to the domain of fashion technology. It may be connected to the domain of fashion research, but it is not connected to the domain of MBA, management. So all the research that we are doing, we are using fashion consciousness. Then preference towards any color is another area that you may use. And these are all the possible marker variables that may be there. But you have to be very careful to select which variable is going to be the ideal marker for your study. So they have conducted all this study in terms of how they created the marker bias. So they have conducted CMV bias on kappa method. So this is a correlation method of conducting the multiple markers, how they have conducted CMV on the social desirability effect and many others. So अभी कंफ्यूज होने की जरूरत नहीं है. अभी हमारे को इस सिमरिंग एट ऑल के पेपर में जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज है वो है ये लिस्ट, और हमें ये लिस्ट रखनी है अपने पास ताकि हम मार्कर वेरिएबल कौन सा लें अपनी स्टडी में वो हमें पता चल सके. Are you there with me, everyone? Right?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's go back to what we were doing here. So yeah. So I told you about this. Now let's go back. Let's go a little forward to just a second. So types of questionnaire. Before I do the types of questionnaires, I would also like to talk about types of constructs. So let's do the type of questionnaires, and then I'm going to be talking about type of constructs. So the first thing that you talk about is when I'm talking about the questionnaires, on the basis of questions we divide the questionnaire, right? On the basis of mode of administration, so आपने mail की है या group administer किया है questionnaire या आपने personal contact से लिया है, ये तो एक तरीका हो गया marker variable को questionnaire को देने की वजह से वो different questions होते हैं. Then on the basis of type of questions, you can say you have open-ended questions or closed-ended questions. Now, in case of open-ended questions, let's come to this area. In open-ended questions, you can have a completely unstructured kind of a questionnaire. For example, you may ask a question like, was the resource person effective? And let people write whatever they want to write. Now, when they write what they want to write, they will write in paragraphs. So all that you need to do is get those paragraphs together for that particular question. Read them, create a transcript, read them properly and cull out from them certain important themes. This particular analysis is called as thematic analysis, which is a part of qualitative study. So in case of open-ended questionnaires, you can conduct a qualitative study and you can use softwares like NVivo to analyze the themes. So when you are asking a question like, what do you think made our resource person effective? So all the people who are writing, some may write about the knowledge base, some may write about how she taught, some may write about the kind of confidence she had, some may write about how the query handling was, some may write about the coverage, some may write about the level of understanding that he or she had with the respondent. So different themes will come up, and these themes serve as basic keywords, then you start doing your systematic literature review. So open-ended questions are again very, very important. And for me, whenever I get research done by my scholars, I start with the qualitative always. So another type of a questionnaire which is open-ended is called as word association test. Now this is a test that has been used very widely in the field of psychology, and it is a set of 100 questions, and basically it is to delve into your subconscious. So given by American Psychological Association, you of course need to be trained to administer this kind of a questionnaire, but since I'm trained for psychometric profiling, so I know that this particular kind of a questionnaire can actually delve into the subconscious of the respondent, into the subconscious. You can actually find out the problem areas in just 15 to 20 minutes by conducting the word association test. These tests are also called as projective tests, and they are conducted, they are also they are taken up by SSB, the Service Selection Board for the Defense Forces, the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force and all. SSB is for the Indian Army basically. So they use word association test for assessment of psychographics of an individual. Then there is a sentence completion test. This is also an open-ended questionnaire where you would like to say that I love to attend conference workshops because. So now you have another set of themes that might emerge. People have different reasons of attending these workshops. Why should they attend these workshops? Why should they not attend these workshops? And so on and so forth. Then there are thematic apperception tests. Thematic apperception tests, or TAT as they are called, is also a projective technique wherein again only a trained psychologist or a trained psychometric experts can deliver these. So what we do in these tests is we give you some placards, and those placards have pictures. So we will show you 10 pictures, some depicting some relationship, some depicting some perception about say society, some depicting something else, and you would have these 10 set of pictures, and on the basis of these 10 pictures we make the respondent write a story. And this story again is analyzed transcript wise. A transcript is created. Transcript is nothing but the analysis of the person, one story after the another. And then you bring out the themes. You can actually assess the stress levels. You can actually assess the problem areas. You can actually assess childhood abuse or, problematic marriages through thematic apperception tests. So yeah, that is also a very, very powerful data collection instrument or a questionnaire. Then in case of a close-ended questionnaire, we already know scaled questionnaire. हमने already बहुत सारे scales की बात करी ली है. Dichotomous, scaled, and multiple choice. We've already done it. Apart from this, you have a matrix questionnaire. Matrix question is nothing but where you are assessing multiple dimension scaling आप कर रहे हैं. For example, आपने 5 cars की preference लेनी है, say from different brands on mileage, horsepower, color, availability, and say other capacities, seating capacity. So on that basis, you make an Excel sheet where you put up the attributes on the row and the brands on the y-axis on the columns, and then you make people give rating or ranking on these attributes. The sum total of a particular column is going to give you how the brand is moving, and the sum total of the row is going to give you how a particular attribute is moving across the brand. So these kind of questions are called as matrix questions. And another type of questions which are very, very important nowadays, and now we've started using in our research, especially very important in case of experimental research, is a contingency question. Contingency question is you pose up a situation and then you ask a question as to how a person would deal with that situation. So contingency questions usually have, it's a closed-ended question, so it will have 2 or 3 options. So if you are in a situation, if you are caught in a road rage, then you would, 1, leave that scene and go immediately. 2, fight it out to your last breath. 3, call the police and manage the situation. 4, try to understand the problem and forgive and forget and move on. So these are contingency questions. आपने 4 situations, एक situation के 4 situational answers दे दिए और फिर वो answer को लोग टिक करते हैं. Then we try to make an analysis. Now, going beyond, is that clear till here, all of you? Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
because
ma'am.
we're going into a very important field of work the next week. Now let's go back to our, where is my paintbrush? Okay, let me come here. So let me delete this and come up to, okay, now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to be asking you a question. I'm going to be, again, remake my model and ask you certain questions. So my ASAT had 2 dimensions, alma mater experience and career assistance. Each had 3 questions each. So these are the questions, these are the dimensions, this is my construct. ACB was measured directly through 5 questions and AGB was measured through corporate giving behavior, professional giving behavior, social giving behavior and charitable giving behavior. And no, this was charitable, sorry, financial giving behavior. So now, and each of these had 3 questions each. This is just exemplary, please. I'm just trying to make you understand a very, very important concept now. Please be with me when I'm trying to discuss this with you. Now, whenever we're talking about modeling, the first thing that we are talking about is the scale. So this has ASAT ka scale, yes or no? This is the construct scale. Then this is another scale that we are talking about. This is the second scale and this is my third scale. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So for these are the 3 scales that I have in front of me in my model, and the red lines denote relationships, right? Now, whenever I talk of relationships, my hypothesis will always be on the red lines. My hypothesis will always be on the red lines and not on these lines, not on these black lines. You know why? Because these, can anybody tell me why?
I think the relationship exists between the entities, not on the attributes.
Very well. When you're talking about a relationship or the difference in a relationship, or you're talking about distinction between 2 variables, we are talking on the construct level. Are you there? So we are talking that ASAT is, there exists a significant relationship between ASAT and AGB. There exists a significant relationship between ASAT and ACB. There exists a significant relationship between ACB and AGB. Now, these are the hypotheses. But what we are doing here is these are just the constituents of AGB. These are the constituents of ASAT. These items are constituents of ACB. That means if there are 2 things happening. One is there are some antecedents to my dependent variable and there are some sub-constructs which are constituents to my understanding or definition of my dependent variable. Whenever we talk about dealing with the definition of a variable in terms of its dimensions and its items, whenever we talk about the definition of a construct in terms of its dimensions and its items, we are talking about the scale. We are talking about the measurement model. We are talking about how AGB is measured. So this blue modeling is called as measurement model assessment. Or since it is the outer model, we will also call it the outer model assessment. This is also called as the outer model assessment. This is the measurement model or the outer model assessment. Are you there? This is basically also called as confirmatory factor analysis. Part of the story, the blue part of the story is also called as confirmatory factor analysis, because what it is doing, it is confirming the factorization. Factorization क्या चीज होती है? Dimensionality of a construct. तो हम क्या कर रहे हैं? Dimensionality of a construct या factorization of a construct is just the definition of the construct. The constituents की बात हो रही है. तो जब भी हम constituents की बात करेंगे, we are talking about the outer model, or we are confirming the factor analysis, which is confirmatory. We are talking about the dimensionality of the construct, or we are talking about the outer model. Similarly, for ASAT, for ACP, everything in blue is the outer model. And when I talk of this part of the story, okay, this is not visible. So which color should I take, which is different? Yeah. So when I talk about this part of the story, where I'm talking about interrelationships between the three constructs, whenever I talk about the interrelationships between the three constructs, this is my inner model, or this is also called as my path model. This is the path, or it is also called as the entire thing is called as the structural model. The entire thing, CFA plus path model, CFA plus path model will give me my structural model. Are you there?
Yes,
so structural equation modeling is actually a combination of measurement model assessment of the different constructs that are there in your model, and then their interrelationships between the different constructs. The interrelationships between the different constructs is where you put up your hypothesis, and hence it is called as the inner model or the path model, because it is giving you the paths. It is giving you the arrows. These arrows are just talking about the constituents of the constructs, and hence these are just helping us to measure the construct. These are just helping us to define the construct. So structural model is a combination of CFA plus path model, and that is what gives me my structural model. Now, हमें ये पता चल गया इनर मॉडल में हाइपोथेसिस लगती है, आउटर मॉडल में हाइपोथेसिस कभी नहीं लगती. तो हाइपोथेसिस टेस्टिंग विल ऑलवेज बी डन इंटर कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट वाइज. इंट्रा कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट नहीं होती. इंट्रा मतलब कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट के अपने आप में, मतलब कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट के बच्चों से कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट की कोई हाइपोथेसिस नहीं बनती, कभी भी नहीं बनती. यहाँ पे कई हाइपोथेसिस कभी नहीं होगी. हाइपोथेसिस होगी अंदर के मॉडल में. विद इन द कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट वी विल हैव अ हाइपोथेसिस. So, ये गलती भी बहुत सारे लोग करते हैं कि इनके बेसिस पे, बच्चों के बेसिस पे हाइपोथेसिस बनाए बैठे रहते हैं. वो गलत होता है, वो नहीं करना है. अब हम कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट पे आ जाते हैं. ये तो थी मॉडल की बात. अब आ जाते हैं हम कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट पे. इस कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट ASAT की कितनी डायमेंशंस है?
2.
1, 2. Is it greater than 1? Can I call it multi-dimensional?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, AGB, how many dimensions?
4 right now.
1, 2, 3, 4. Is it multi-dimensional?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
ACB, how many dimensions? How many dimensions?
1.
No dimension.
No dimension because.
Dimension कहाँ है इसमें? कोई बच्चे हैं इसके? ये है कौशिक फैमिली, इनके 2 बेटे हैं और उनके ये 5 बच्चे. ये इनकी फैमिली है, ये इनकी फैमिली है. ये भी हायरार्किकल फैमिली है. इनके 4 बेटे हैं, इनकी अपनी फैमिली है, इनकी अपनी फैमिली, इनकी अपनी फैमिली, इनकी अपनी फैमिली है. एसी भी बेचारे वो अपने 4 बच्चों के साथ अकेले हैं. ये इनके पास कोई डायमेंशन नहीं है. ये हुए यूनिडायमेंशनल. आर यू देयर?
Yes, ma'am.
When the construct is measured directly through items, it is called as unidimensional. When the construct is measured directly through items, it is called as unidimensional. When the construct is measured through dimensions or factors, it is called as multi dimension. Are you there with me?
Yes, ma'am.
So we have one unidimensional construct here in my model, and how many multidimensional constructs?
Two.
Two. So ASAT is multidimensional and also AGB is multidimensional. Are you there with me, everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Right. So अब अपन जाते हैं, अब आप में आपको AGB और ASAT की जो इनके बच्चों के साथ रिलेशनशिप है उसमें कुछ फर्क लग रहा है? ASAT को देखो, उसकी रिलेशनशिप विद AE और CA, और AGB की रिलेशनशिप विद CGB, PGB, SGB और FGB, कोई फर्क लग रहा है?
Yes, ma'am. The arrow of the directions are different.
डायरेक्शन ऑफ द एरोज का फर्क है?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
इसका क्या मतलब है? यहाँ पे तो डायरेक्शन ऑफ द एरोज इज टुवर्ड्स AGB और यहाँ पे इज अवे फ्रॉम द construct. Here it is towards the construct. That means construct is also again a unidimensional construct or a multidimensional construct. Again can be of many types. So let's understand what are the types. But उसके लिए अपन करते हैं एक छोटा सा गेम खेलते हैं. पहले तो आप ये बताओ, can you see it on the screen? Can you see this on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
आप ये बताओ, यहाँ पे this is the turnover intention scale. It is measured by 6 items or 6 questions. Is it a unidimensional construct or a multidimensional construct? Is it a unidimensional? Unidimensional, कोई dimension तो दिख ही नहीं रही.
Yes, ma'am. It is a.
चलिए आइटम लेवल स्केलिंग के बारे में बात करते हैं. आइटम लेवल स्केलिंग कौन सा स्केल है यूज हुआ हुआ इसमें? आइटम लेवल स्केलिंग का क्या मतलब है? ये जो स्केलिंग हो रही है आइटम के हर आइटम पे, ये कौन सा स्केल है?
मैम लिकट स्केल.
अब ध्यान से देखो, लिकट है कि सिमेंटिक है?
मैम semantic, but
semantic है. This is semantic differential. Never always, to no extent, to a large extent, never always, never always, highly unlikely, highly likely, never always. Two bipolar terms separated by 5 marking points.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this Likert or is it it is semantic differential? Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
ठीक है. क्या हम इसको Likert स्केल पे बना सकते हैं?
Yes.
क्या आप strongly disagree to strongly agree कर दो, सारा Likert स्केल पे आ जाएगा? Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
तो अब हमारा वो वाला परेशानी कि भैया अलग अलग स्केलिंग करेंगे दोनों कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट की तो कैसे होगा, तो हम ये कर सकते हैं. तो Likert can be, this can be used interchangeably. Now let's come to this. इसमें कितने डायमेंशंस हैं? This is a positive organizational behavior scale published in Thailand and the World Economy Journal. It's a B category journal from the ABDC listing. Now this is a scale that we developed. It has 2 factors. So is it a multidimensional scale or a unidimensional scale?
A multi-dimensional.
How many dimensions does it have?
2.
2. So it is at multidimensional scale with 2 dimensions. So are you clear with the uni and the multidimensional scale? The earlier one is dimensional scale. This is a multidimensional scale. Is it clear with example?
Yes, ma'am.
चलिए आगे चलते हैं. अब इसको पढ़ने में कौन मेरी मदद करेगा? एक जना, क्योंकि मैं बहुत देर से बोल रही हूँ और मुझे 2 सिप कॉफी के चाहिए. तो आप ये कोई एक जना मेरे लिए ये 5 स्टेटमेंट्स जो लिखे हैं वो पढ़ दीजिए प्लीज. Can you help me please?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please read down the statements that are there on your screen.
So it's a life satisfaction scale. The first point says, in most ways, my life is close to my ideal. The second says, the conditions of my life are excellent. Third is, I am satisfied with my life. Fourth is, so far, I have gotten the important things I want in life. And the last is, if I could live my life over, I would change almost nothing.
Great. इसमें क्या ये सेम से क्वेश्चंस हैं? किसके बारे में बात हो रही है? किसके बारे में बात हो रही है इसमें?
Ma'am, how satisfied you are from your life?
Life satisfaction है ना? Life satisfaction की बात हो रही है. अब आप मुझे बताओ, क्या ये सिमिलर क्वेश्चंस हैं एक जैसे से?
Sort of, ma'am.
Sort of एक जैसे से क्वेश्चंस हैं. इसका मतलब क्या इनका कोरिलेशन हाई होगा? मतलब
Yes,
कहने
ma'am.
का है कि अगर मेरे कंडीशन ऑफ लाइफ एक्सीलेंट है तो क्या मैं सेटिस्फाइड होऊंगा लाइफ से?
Yeah, most probably.
मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली। अगर मेरे को सारी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज जो मुझे चाहिए मिल जाए तो क्या मैं सेटिस्फाइड होऊंगा लाइफ से? हाँ। इफ आई कुड लिव माई लाइफ ओवर अगेन और मैं सेटिस्फाइड हूँ तो मैं कभी भी कुछ चेंज नहीं करूंगा एंड आई एम सेटिस्फाइड विद माई लाइफ का क्या ये मतलब है? हाँ। तो इसका मतलब क्या है, इन सारे क्वेश्चंस में ये सारे क्वेश्चंस जो है सिमिलर हैं। डू दे हैव हाई कोरिलेशन?
Yes, ma'am.
विल दे को-वेरी? एक बढ़ेगा तो दूसरा भी वेरी करेगा सेम ही तरीके से। अगर आपको लगेगा कि
Positively correlated.
एक्सीलेंट तो सेटिस्फैक्शन भी बढ़ेगा ही, को-वेरी करेगा।
Positively correlated they are.
They are positively correlated and they will positively co-vary. Co-vary समझते हैं ना? एक के अंदर की वेरिएशन will have an impact on दूसरे के अंदर की वेरिएशन, right?
Yes.
चलो, तो एक तो ये सिमिलर है, दूसरी बात ये कोरिलेटेड है, तीसरी बात ये कोवेरी भी कर रहे हैं। अब चौथी बात ध्यान से सुन के बताइएगा, इसमें से अगर मैं कोई एक क्वेश्चन हटा दूं तो क्या फिर भी ये लाइफ सेटिस्फैक्शन को मेजर करेगा?
यस मैम।
कर लेगा। तो इसका मतलब आई कैन ड्रॉप आइदर ऑफ द क्वेश्चंस, यस और नो? आई कैन ड्रॉप वन क्वेश्चन, जरूरी नहीं है मैं पांचों के पांचों पूछूं, मैं 4 से भी काम चला सकती हूँ, राइट? इसमें एक सबसे मजेदार बात जो है, अब वो ध्यान से सुनिएगा, वो ये है कि इसमें इस वाले स्केल में द फिनोमिना इज एग्जिस्टिंग बिफोर द आइटम्स। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, हर एक बंदे की एक लाइफ सेटिस्फैक्शन है, आपकी है, मेरी है और सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स की है, एक लाइफ सेटिस्फैक्शन है। कितनी है लाइफ सेटिस्फैक्शन वुड बी मेजर्ड थ्रू दीज आइटम्स। So life satisfaction exists prior to the measurement of life satisfaction. We are not on zero life satisfaction. We have some life satisfaction. If I have a low life satisfaction, then the answers to these questions will be on the lower side. If you have a higher life satisfaction, the answers will be to the higher side. But the life satisfaction is pre there. It is before the answering of these questions. Whenever the phenomena exists before the item, and items are manifested or items are reflection of whatever is your level of satisfaction, we call such a scale as a reflective scale. ध्यान से सुनिए, when the phenomena is existing and the items are manifestation of the phenomena, इसका क्या मतलब है? For example, जब आप वर्कशॉप के लिए आने वाले थे तो अगर हम कहें आपको कि वर्कशॉप एक्सपेक्टेशन हम मेजर करना चाहते हैं, तो वर्कशॉप एक्सपेक्टेशन तो पहले से थी, वर्कशॉप होने से पहले से थी, यस और नो? कितनी एक्सपेक्टेशन थी वो हम क्वेश्चन से मैप कर सकते हैं। दैट मींस देयर वाज सम एक्सपेक्टेशन, नाउ द रिफ्लेक्शन ऑफ दैट एक्सपेक्टेशन विल बी इन टर्म्स ऑफ द रिस्पॉन्सेज दैट यू गिव फॉर द क्वेश्चंस दैट वी आस्क यू, राइट? So the phenomena exists beforehand and the items are a reflection of the phenomena. Such a scale is called as a reflective scale. Are you there with me?
Yes, ma'am.
ठीक है। एक और बड़ी मजेदार चीज क्या है, ये जो सारे क्वेश्चंस हैं ये सेटिस्फैक्शन की बात कर रहे हैं। अब जिस तरह हमारी फैमिलीज होती है ना, जैसे मैं एक फैमिली को बिलोंग करती हूँ, उसमें मेरे पेरेंट्स की फैमिली है, मेरे हस्बैंड की फैमिली है, एंड वी आर ऑल क्लोजली निट बाय अ नेटवर्क। और वो जो फैमिली है दैट इज कॉल्ड एज माय नोमोलॉजिकल नेटवर्क। सो सिमिलरली जिस तरह एक इंसान का एक नोमोलॉजिकल नेटवर्क होता है, एक फैमिली स्ट्रक्चर होता है, सिमिलरली कंस्ट्रक्ट्स का भी होता है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अगर मैं सेटिस्फैक्शन, लॉयल्टी, बिहेवियर, इंटेंशन टू परचेज कहूं तो ये सारे एक ही बात कर रहे हैं, यस और नो? ये इकट्ठे यूज होते हैं। एचआर में मैं कहूं परफॉर्मेंस, पॉलिसीज, टर्नओवर, इंटेंशन, ये सब एक ही बात कर रहे हैं, इकट्ठे यूज होते हैं। आर यू देयर विद मी?
Yes,
are you getting what I'm trying to say? So they all belong to the same nomological network. However, if I talk about say fashion technology, and if I talk about knowledge base, if I talk about time management, they are coming from different nomological networks. Time management का है, fashion technology garment technology का है, and say knowledge base is knowledge management और IT का हो सकता है या फिर philosophy का हो सकता है। तो ये अलग अलग नेटवर्क से आ रहे हैं, अलग अलग फैमिली ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्ट से आ रहे हैं. ऐसे में हम कहते हैं कि इनका nomological network different है. So you understand what is a nomological network? For these questions on life satisfaction, every question is somehow emanating or coming down from the same family, that is the satisfaction family. So we say that it has the same nomological network, right? अब एक और example लेते हैं. Are you with me right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The next is teacher feedback, faculty feedback. सबसे पहले अगर इस वर्कशॉप से पहले इन लोगों ने आपको मेरा फीडबैक भरने को दिया होता तो आप उन्हें क्या कहते? क्या कहते?
न्यूट्रल.
भाई होने तो दो लेक्चर, हमें क्या पता कैसा पढ़ाते हैं, हमें क्या पता क्या वे है, हमें क्या पता क्या पढ़ाएंगी या क्या इनोवेशन है कि नहीं है या क्वेरी हैंडलिंग है कि नहीं है, हमें क्या पता? Yes or no? That means the phenomena is not pre-existing. The phenomena will be formed by these questions. For example, now that I have delivered the lecture, now you can ask the participants that my teacher has a good communication skill, my teacher has a good knowledge base, my teacher is able to understand me, is well dressed, is innovative, is punctual, is forgiving, and so on and so forth. Now, in this particular case, teacher feedback is happening after the teacher has taught the class. So all these statements are not reflections but are forming the teacher feedback. These statements are contributing to the teacher feedback. So this type of a scale is also called as a formative scale. Formative scale. So जो scales होते हैं चाहे वो unidimensional हो चाहे multidimensional हो, उनकी और एक टोपोलॉजी होती है रिफ्लेक्टिव स्केल एंड फॉर्मेटिव स्केल. अब इसमें एक मजेदार बात बताइए, ये जो स्टेटमेंट्स है, माय टीचर हैज अ गुड कम्युनिकेशन स्किल, नॉलेज बेस, एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड मी, आर दे कोरिलेटेड?
No, ma'am, not all.
Not only, no, nothing is correlated. I may have a good communication skill but may not be able to understand the student.
Yeah.
If I'm well dressed doesn't say that I have a good knowledge base, or
yes.
If I have a good knowledge base doesn't say that I'm well dressed, or will I be punctual? That means correlation is negligible or very less.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Will they co-vary?
No.
No. So no correlation, no covariance. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Nomological network की बात करते हैं. ऊपर वाला क्वेश्चन जो है, good communication skills is coming from the communication set of family. Knowledge base is coming from the knowledge management family. Understanding is coming from the psychology family. Well dressed is coming for the fashion family. Punctuality is coming from time management family. Innovation is coming from innovation and creativity family. Forgiveness is coming from philosophy family. क्या ये same nomological network के हैं questions?
No, ma'am.
Are they from the same nomological network? Are you with me, guys?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Are they from the same nomological network?
No, ma'am.
No.
No. So in a formative scale, the questions are not from the same nomological network. There are no correlations or very low correlations. There are no covariances or very low covariances. And the most important question, अच्छा इससे अगर मैं question हटा दूं, तो क्या ये faculty feedback पूरा measure कर लेगा?
नहीं.
No, ma'am.
इसका मतलब मैं drop नहीं कर सकती. Are you there with me?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Can I drop an item here? I cannot drop an item here because it is forming, completely defining faculty feedback. Every question is very, very important and I cannot drop. Every question has a weight. Every question has an importance. And this importance or this weight will be for every question. So I cannot reduce, I cannot drop any question, and that is the reason it is called as a formative scale. Are you there with me, all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's understand. अब इसको करने से पहले let me go to this model. Now, तो पहले तो ना हम इसके differences लिख लेते हैं. चलो, differences लिखने के लिए let me open a paper and show you कि इसका जो seminal paper है वो है जार्विस का पेपर लिख लेते हैं. डिफरेंस बिटवीन रिफ्लेक्टिव एंड फॉर्मेटिव स्केल कैसे हम स्टडी करेंगे ये देखिए. मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट है डिसीजन रूल्स फॉर डिटर्मिनिंग whether your construct in the model is formative or reflective. So ये है formative model, ये है reflective model. क्या कहता है Jarvis? सबसे पहले direction of causality. Direction of causality is from construct to the measure. क्या मतलब है इस बात का? Direction of causality is from construct to the measure. Are you there? So the dimensions are reflection of the main construct. The items are reflection of the subconstruct. These are reflection. ये देखिए dv यहाँ पे है, ये idv है, ये dv है इस वाले measurement model में. समझ आ रहा है आपको?
Yes ma'am.
तो इसका मतलब ये पहले से है और ये हम measure कर रहे हैं इसके base पे. Whereas in a formative scale, so this one is this particular kind of scale is a formative scale and this is a reflective scale.
Reflective scale.
Are you there?
Yes ma'am.
ठीक है. तो इसमें क्या था? Direction of causality is from the construct to the item. The direction of causality is from the item to the construct, right? So ये हो गया. अब दूसरी बात, interchangeability of indicator हो सकती है. क्या मतलब? Would dropping any of the indicator alter the conceptual domain? Yes. Dropping an indicator में alter कहाँ पे? Formative में. जैसे हमारा टीचर फीडबैक में था. सिमिलरली रिफ्लेक्टिव में ड्रॉपिंग में कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. लाइफ सेटिस्फैक्शन उतनी रहेगी चाहे आप 4 क्वेश्चन से पढ़ लो चाहे 5 क्वेश्चन से पढ़ लो. कोवेरिएशन नॉट नेसेसरी एट ऑल. फॉर्मेटिव में वहां पे वो कोरिलेशन कोवेरिएशन नहीं थी. यहाँ पे रिफ्लेक्टिव में कोवेरिएशन कोवेरिएंस होती है. और चौथा रूल जार्विस का जो मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट रूल है, नोमोलॉजिकल नेटवर्क ऑफ कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट इंडिकेटर्स is not the same in formative and it is the same in reflective. A very important paper for all to read from JSTOR. This paper is a seminal paper. It talks about a reflective and a formative construct and you should definitely be talking about this paper. Right? Now, we talked about a reflective construct and a formative construct. आपको ये clarity हो गई है reflective construct और formative construct की? जो construct पहले coexist करेगा and items will be manifested by the construct. Direction of causality is from the construct to the item. Correlation covariation exists. Nomological network is the same. We can actually drop an item. We call it a reflective scale. In case of formative, the items are forming the construct. You cannot drop an item. There is no correlation or very low correlation and covariance, and they do not belong to the same nomological network. The direction of causality is from the item to the construct. There is where we call it a formative scale. मगर इस स्केल में ए सैट में आप देख रहे हो 2 स्टेजेस हैं. एक तो ये स्टेज हो गई और एक ये वाली स्टेज हो गई. यस और नो?
यस मैम.
एक तो ये स्टेज हो गई और एक ये दूसरी स्टेज हो गई. Are you there with me?
Yes ma'am.
Yes.
So this is stage 1 or CFA 1. And this is stage 2 and CFA 2. Similarly, this is stage 1, CFA 1, and this is stage 2, CFA 2. इसमें क्या है? एक ही स्टेज है कि बहुत सारी स्टेज है?
One.
Ma'am, one stage.
Dimensional है तो एक ही स्टेज है ना? So only one CFA. Are you there?
Yes.
Those constructs which are measured directly by its items are also called as lower order construct. Are you there?
Yes ma'am.
Those constructs or subconstructs which are measured by directly items are also called as lower order construct. Right?
Yes ma'am.
This is measured directly through items. This is also measured directly through items. But this is not measured directly through items. In fact, there is a hierarchy. So this kind of construct is called as hierarchical construct or a higher order construct. So is AGB also a higher order construct?
Yes, ma'am.
So how many lower order constructs are totally there in this model? Can anybody count and tell me?
One.
Sorry.
Lower order 1 and hierarchical order 2.
No, lower order there are 7.
Very good.
And higher order 2.
देखो 1 लोअर ऑर्डर, 2 लोअर ऑर्डर, 3 लोअर ऑर्डर, 4 लोअर ऑर्डर, 5, 6, 7 और हायर ऑर्डर कितने हैं? 2। ठीक है, इसका मतलब अगर मुझे ASAT की डेफिनेशन देनी हो तो मैं कहूंगी, अब मेरे को स्टेज पे भी बताना है कि यहाँ पे रिफ्लेक्टिव चल रहा है कि फॉर्मेटिव चल रहा है, और स्टेज पे भी बताना है यहाँ की डायरेक्शन कहाँ है, फ्रॉम द कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट टू द आइटम।
यस मैम।
तो ये रिफ्लेक्टिव है कि फॉर्मेटिव है?
मैम ये फॉर्मेटिव।
रिफ्लेक्टिव।
The item are a reflection of the construct. Construct coexist, items are a reflection. Is this reflective or formative?
Reflective, ma'am.
This is also reflect. At this stage, they are reflective. Both the subdimensions are reflective.
Yes, ma'am.
At stage 2, is this reflective?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is called as a reflective higher order construct. Multi-dimensional reflective higher order constructs. ASAT is a multi-dimensional reflective higher order constructs. पीछे से शुरू करते हैं बोलना, बाहर की तरफ से. So reflective higher order construct and it is multi-dimensional. So ASAT को कैसे define करेंगे? ASAT is a multi-dimensional reflective higher order constructs. Are you there with me, everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now here stage 1 पे क्या है? Reflective है कि formative है?
Formative. Sorry, stage 1 is reflective.
So this is reflective.
Yes, ma'am.
इस स्टेज पे तो रिफ्लेक्टिव है, मगर यहाँ पे देखो फॉर्म हो रहा है ना?
Yes, ma'am.
चारों मिलके बना रहे हैं इसको. तो यहाँ पे हो गया ये
फॉर्मेटिव.
तो क्या कहेंगे हम इसको? AGB is a multi-dimensional reflective, पहले बाहर वाला बोलते हैं, तो reflective formative higher order construct. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
AGB is a multi-dimensional reflective formative higher order construct. Are you there with me, everyone?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
And ACB is a unidimensional reflective lower order construct. Unidimensional reflective क्यों? क्योंकि एरोज बाहर की तरफ है. Reflective lower order construct. समझ आया?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Reflective formative, reflective. This is just LOC, so reflective LOC. इसका एक बहुत सेमिनल पेपर जो हम सबको पता होना चाहिए, which we all should read and we should know is the Jarvis वाला पेपर तो उसका था रिफ्लेक्टिव फॉर्मेटिव का. ये आप मार्को का पेपर, मार्को सास्टेड का पेपर, ये भी आपको पता होना चाहिए, जिसमें टाइपोलॉजी है, टाइपोलॉजी ऑफ अ रिफ्लेक्टिव फॉर्मेटिव स्केल. ये देखिए. सो कैन यू सी दिस? इसमें मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट यही है. दिस इज हेयर एट ऑल का पेपर है, मार्केटिंग ऑस्ट्रेलियन मार्केटिंग जर्नल का पेपर है, एक कैटेगरी A स्टार कैटेगरी पेपर है. सो इस वाले बॉक्स में इसमें हम खाली टाइपोलॉजी देख रहे हैं. जहां पे भी हायर ऑर्डर कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट है हम टाइपोलॉजी देख रहे हैं. 4 तरह की टाइपोलॉजी होती है. पहला टाइपोलॉजी, ये लोअर ऑर्डर पे रिफ्लेक्टिव है क्या? टाइप 1. ये लोअर ऑर्डर पे रिफ्लेक्टिव है, ये इस ऑर्डर पे रिफ्लेक्टिव है. LOC 1 LOC 2 तीनों रिफ्लेक्टिव है.
Yes, ma'am.
क्या ये हायर ऑर्डर पे भी रिफ्लेक्टिव है स्टेज 2 में?
Yes, ma'am.
तो इसको कहेंगे रिफ्लेक्टिव हायर ऑर्डर कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट. यस और नो?
Yes, ma'am.
रिफ्लेक्टिव हायर ऑर्डर कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट. इधर आते हैं. ये लोअर ऑर्डर पे क्या है? स्टेज 1 पे रिफ्लेक्टिव है.
Reflective.
स्टेज 2 पे क्या है?
It's
Formative.
So this is reflective formative higher order construct. Is this clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go to the third one, third typology. These are the different higher order construct. अब इधर क्या है ये? LOC, LOC 2, LOC 3. ये reflective है कि formative है? Form हो रहा है कि
Formative.
Formative है क्योंकि ये form हो रहा है. देख रहे हो arrow की direction?
It is
और यहाँ पे ये क्या है? स्टेज 2 पे
reflective.
तो स्टेज 1 पहले बोलते हैं हम हमेशा फॉर्मेटिव reflective higher order construct. Are you there with me?
Yes.
Yes.
The last is stage 1. Is this reflective or is this formative?
Formative.
Formative.
And at stage 2?
Formative.
Formative again.
So this is formative, higher order construct. Are you there with me?
Yes, ma'am.
So there are 4 types of typologies of constructs that we need to know. And let's come up to this. So, अब किसी ने ये हमसे पूछा कि क्या सेम ही कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट को हम रिफ्लेक्टिव भी बना सकते हैं और फॉर्मेटिव भी? तो इसका आंसर भी है हाँ. जिस तरह से आप क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे उस तरह से वो कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट डिफाइन होगा. जिस तरह से आपका लिटरेचर रिव्यू मूव करेगा उस तरह से ये कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट डिफाइन होगा. देखिए फॉर इंस्टेंस अगर हम satisfaction from the hotel का कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट को मेजर कर रहे हैं और हम 3 क्वेश्चन से मेजर कर रहे हैं. आई अप्रिशिएट दिस होटल, आई एम लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू स्टेइंग इन दिस होटल, आई रिकमेंड दिस होटल. तो ये तीनों सिमिलर है?
यस मैम.
सेम है, नोमोलॉजिकल नेटवर्क सेम है, कोरिलेशन कोवेरिएशन है. ये हो गया रिफ्लेक्टिव. सबसे बड़ी बात है एरो को. अब नेक्स्ट, सर्विस इज गुड, पर्सनल इज फ्रेंडली, रूम्स आर क्लीन. ये आपने सेम ही कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट को मेजर किया है मगर क्वेश्चंस जो आस्क्ड है वो डिफरेंट है. ये क्या हो गया? ये फॉर्मेटिव हो गया, वही वाला कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट.
Yes, ma'am.
So same construct can be measured reflectively or formatively depending on the dealing of the questions. If the questions are such that they are talking about a different nomological network, they are not covariant, not related to each other, and they are actually forming the construct, then it may be taken as a formative scale. And otherwise it may be actually, if you're using statements which are correlated to each other, which are meaning the same thing, which are from the same nomological network, then you can use it as a reflective scale. एक और example देती हूँ. This is from Christian Ringel's PPT from Hamburg, Germany, the man behind Smart PLS. I would like to thank him and Dr. Atul Shiva, who's been kind enough to share these slides with me. So if you see this, drunkenness is actually a combination of can't walk in a straight line, smell of alcohol, and slurred speech. If I had to measure drunkenness of a person through these 3 statements, are they reflective in nature or formative in nature?
Reflective.
क्योंकि एक ही जैसी सी बात हो रही है यार. can't walk in a straight line and slurred speech, ये तो सिमिलर है, कोरिलेटेड है. जब आप स्मेल कर रहे हो अल्कोहल की, आपने अल्कोहल पी रखी है, slurred speech है, can't walk in a straight line, this is reflective. Let's see and measure drunkenness formatively. कंजम्पशन ऑफ बियर की वजह से है, वाइन की वजह से या हार्ड लिकर की वजह से? आर दे कोरिलेटेड?
No, ma'am.
So this is where these items are forming drunkenness. Are you there with me, guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So this was a comparison of reflective and formative given by Diamantopoulos. आप देखिए nature of the construct. Construct is पहले से existing. Construct is formed. Direction of causality from construct to item, causality from construct items to construct. Characteristics, correlation, covariance, reflection, and same theme. Interchangeable, yes, in reflective. Informative, no, they do not share a same theme. Are interchangeable. Adding or dropping is tough. Are you there with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So today we have covered the different types. What is a model? What is IDV in the second session? DV, moderator, mediator, control variable, marker variable, inner model, outer model, CFA, path modeling, structural modeling, lower order construct, higher order construct, reflective constructs, and formative constructs. I hope I've been told that I am short of time now. So I would like to leave the room open for more questions if you have, before we can call it a day. Thank you so much for patient listening. I hope I was able to add some value to you, for especially people who are just beginning their research, because this pre-conference workshop is going to be flowing into this a big sea of research. So any queries that you have, I'll be happy to help before we can call it a day.
Yes, ma'am. Like in the end, we discussed the reflective and formative questions, where we can see that reflective questions has covariance and codependence, and where you take the
not codependence, correlation
sorry,
and covariance.
correlation and covariance. Sorry, for that, and where you take the question example of the hotel. Uh, where you saw the satisfaction level can be taken through reflective as well as formative. So my question is if we include the question, if we construct a question here where there are few questions from reflective construct and few questions from formative construct.
Why confuse?
Uh,
Either form the construct or reflect the construct. Why would you like to confuse? And that is not on our whims and fancies. That is dependent on what the literature has to say.
Okay. My question is
actually क्या होगा वो questions drop हो जाएंगे. अगर आपका स्केल फॉर्मेटिव बन रहा होगा तो रिफ्लेक्शन वाले क्वेश्चंस रिडंडेंट हो जाएंगे और वो ड्रॉप हो जाएंगे.
Yeah. So my question is, can we use this technique of mixture to reduce the biasness?
We should not use this technique. You should either go with a reflective scale or a formative scale. I mean, at stages you can vary, but at one stage you cannot make a khichdi. No.
Okay.
At stages you can vary. Stage 1 पे reflective, second stage पे formative वो कर सकते हैं. Stage 1 पे formative, seventh stage पे reflective वो भी कर सकते हैं. Reflective formative, formative reflective, formative ये आप कर सकते हैं. मगर कुछ क्वेश्चन रिफ्लेक्टिव, कुछ क्वेश्चन फॉर्मेटिव, मेक्स नो सेंस ना. या तो आप उस कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट को फॉर्म करने की कोशिश करोगे या उसके रिफ्लेक्शन को स्टडी करने की कोशिश करोगे. दोनों को कंफ्यूज क्यों करोगे? यू विल हैव टू टेक वन साइड. नो,
ठीक है.
Right. Any other question?
So if anyone is having their questions, you can also post them in the chat box.
I don't know, I can't. Do you have an access to the chat box? Yeah, if you have a question in the chat box, just let me know. I'm just getting.
No, ma'am. Right now there are no questions. I wanted to ask you something, ma'am. The technique which you told to remove the error, the CMB error, marker variable technique, in that we purposely add a marker variable just to check.
Yes, we perfectly add one marker variable in the questionnaire. That is mandatory. तो आप क्या करेंगे? आपके क्वेश्चनर के क्या कंपोनेंट्स होंगे? डेमोग्राफिक वेरिएबल्स. सपोज मेरे मॉडल में A, B, C है. A is independent, B is mediator, and C is dependent. So I will have scale A, scale B, scale C plus control variable plus marker variable.
Okay.
That will complete my question. Right?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. So I think Aparna ma'am has joined. So any other questions, guys? समझ आया नहीं आया कुछ तो बोलिए. कहाँ है?
So I would like to take this opportunity, ma'am. I would like to extend my gratitude to you. I'm very happy to attend this session. It was indeed a very insightful one for me, definitely, because I've learned a lot of new techniques and concepts. So thank you so much. I hope there are no other questions. In chat box, I can't see any questions.
Priyanka?
Yes, ma'am.
With your permission, can I just speak a few lines?
Sure, I'm sure.
I'm not able to stop myself. And here it goes. Pooja, she is an inspiration for me too. So, coming here and delivering such an interesting, because I could attend the last segment of the session, and it's such an interesting session that now I'm missing the whole session. Like why I could not attend because of some engagement. But of course, Pooja, I'm looking forward to have another session of yours, and it's a great learning because I could hear about few jargons, and I know you're a master of it. Thank you so very much for coming over here and engaging the audience with such an informative session on very, very relevant topic, scaling, because we talk a lot about analytics, we talk a lot about tools, but very few people, they talk about scaling. And this is something that we start with in the research. So I think so. There are people who have attended here this session. They have the capsule for a good quality research. Beyond this, as a backup, because Pooja, you're way ahead of, if I consider it as a professional relationship. It's more of a personal, which I would like to preserve throughout my life and beyond this life, perhaps. So, personally, also, I'd like to extend a very heartfelt thanks, and would like to have you again for these kinds of sessions. So, hope to see you soon. At BCIPS, of course, personally we used to meet, but at BCIPS, I'd like to invite you once again for another session of this. So, hope to see you soon at this platform with my students, with our delegates, and with this, thanks once again, Pooja. Thank you for coming.
So much, Aparna. You are more than family for me, and BCIPS has also become a family for me. अब मैं यहाँ आके बिल्कुल बड़े बॉन्डगिरी में रहती हूँ. I don't come like an external person. It feels like family only because of you, Aparna, and the ease that you all put up. I know tomorrow in today's session morning was a big a task to manage the technical glitches, but when everybody put in the efforts, I really am so touched with the kind of pooling in of efforts by every member of BCIPS, including Aparna, who's left everything and sitting here and getting things done. कि ये भी मिल जाए, ये connector मिल जाए, going up to her home back and getting the connector. I mean, I am touched. ऐसा कोई भी नहीं करता. BCIPS, you are blessed to have Aparna as a director, and I am just touched that all of us could make it today despite all technical glitches. I am also very amazed that we started with 19 participants and we are sticking to 19 participants even after a full day's workshop. So thank you all for patiently listening. This area is very close to my heart, and I'm a passionate researcher. I just want to say that over and above the workshops, if you need any help, I will always be there, free of cost, without any monetary transaction. I will just be there to help you because I hail from a family of researchers like Professor Neeraj Kaushik, who have always taken सिर्फ एक गुरु दक्षिणा की knowledge. और मैं भी आपसे कहूंगी, जिसको भी समझ आया है आज, आप जिसको समझा सकें, जिसकी मदद कर सकें, जरूर कीजिए. और जहां आप अटके वहां हम हैं, और जहां हम अटकेंगे तो वहां हमारे टीचर्स हैं. तो इट्स अ चेन रिएक्शन. We are going to all do research, very good research, and we are all together in this. So wish you all the very best, Aparna, for tomorrow's event. It is going to be a roaring success. I know I have all my hands tied in prayers and blessings for this conference. You're putting in a lot of hard work, each one of you in the family, headed by you. And all the research scholars who are going to be presenting, all the teachers who are going to be presenting tomorrow and day after, wish you all the very best for the conference, and maybe have many more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. This shows your generosity and your passion for this research. So we are very thankful to you. So before concluding the session, I would request all the participants to fill the feedback form shared in the chat box. So to conclude the session, may I now invite Dr. Shahid, Assistant Professor BCIPS, to present the vote of thanks for the evening.
Thank you, Priyanka. On the behalf of organizing committee and all the participants, I extend a heartfelt gratitude to Professor Pooja Khatri for gracing us with her invaluable presence and expertise in this conference workshop. Your insightful and engagement delivery and the amount of examples are very good. I got to know few more things about construct and marker variable is no doubt a new thing for me. I would like to learn more on this thing, and I hope to get connect you after this also. And I would like to also know something more on reflective and formative scale, and I wish we can connect on that later on. Thank you for the talk, and thank you for being patient while we are handling the technical glitch which happened
No
in the
problem.
morning.
Not at all. It
Thank
is
you for
not in
that.
anybody's hands. It was, but the way you all put in the efforts, it was amazing. I was amazed and overwhelmed. I mean, this is something that I'm going to carry as a memory of BCIFBS, that you all work like a family. It is very, very special.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Uh, and we hope to have you again in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a
Thank
great
you
day,
so much,
everyone.
everyone. I would request all of you to please turn on their cameras for a group photograph. We can have a photograph together. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for this insightful session. We are really happy to have you here and hoping for more such sessions in BCIPs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just take leave. Thank you.